to knock on the door. A man standing to deliver a vendetta recalls that I failed, and it's clear that my reckoning's nigh. And though I try, he won't leave me this time. Now I know that I've become something less than what I know. I know I won't be let alone tonight. I think I want a fresh start. I'm running from a loveless animal. I want a fresh start. I'm running from the 4-foot criminal. I wanna see a lunatic who's finally lost his hold on me. And I wanna just put some lyrics there. Head rush, see I'm out on the lam without a single accusation, though I know I'm to blame. And I feel closer to the edge of myself. Health, wealth, and happiness are clouding over. Discover that when I breathe out and gaze down on these ruins of broken hearts and unhurt bodies, I'll begin to discern that if I leave these things that I learned as a child, begin to spiral in a cycle that will never recover another. Now I know that I've become something less than what I know. I know I won't be let alone tonight. I think I want a fresh start. I'm running from a loveless animal. I want a fresh start. I'm running from a 4-foot criminal. Yeah, I wanna see a lunatic has finally lost his hold on me. And soon she'll arrive and she's gonna bring you to your knees. Turn away from those eyes, 'cause you know she only ever leaves. Pray you won't stay the same, hold fast to those memories. When the clock strikes 12, you'll begin to delve beyond despair, or so it seems, so it seems. And everything will be fine, probably. I think I want a fresh start. I'm running from a loveless animal. Yeah, I want a fresh start. I'm running from a 4-foot criminal. Yeah, I wanna see a lunatic has finally lost his hold on me. Yeah, I wanna.
All right. We are live. It is day 8 of the World Chess Championship. Can you believe it? All right, let me try and get some reactions. I realized the last couple of streams, my energy has not been, at peak performance. So we're going to try and bring it today. It's going to be an exciting day today. Ding as the Joker in today's thumbnail. And we have Gukesh as Christopher Nolan's Batman, which, to be honest, there wasn't a whole lot of sort of thought behind this decision. I just need to get through some thumbnails, a lot of days to get thumbnails for. So yeah, I thought this would be a suitable rivalry for today. We'll see if Ding has any tricks up his sleeve, just like the Joker, in his preparation for day 8. And yeah, I think it's going to be an exciting day. We're going to spend a little bit of time looking at some of the opening choices that he's had so far with the white pieces. Remember, Ding has opened 3 times with the white pieces, and today will be the 4th time. So we'll see if he has anything exciting prepared, like what we saw yesterday with Gukesh, a very, very surprising move when he played the Grunfeld. And I think it might be possible that Ding also has something quite unexpected with the white pieces, looking at his previous games with white pieces. So I think it's going to be exciting today. For the start of today's stream, we are going to be looking or taking a listen to Magnus Carlsen and his take on day 7. And let's kick things off and take a listen to that right now.
Oh, and the bar jumps for Gukesh. It now says better on the bar.
What is this decision?
This move makes no sense to me. Gukesh is luring the white rook away from the edge.
He threatens the queen with his rook.
Is this a mistake by Ding?
Ding continues playing at quite a quick pace, and he moves his knight to attack the white pawn.
We are halfway through the World Chess Championship. Ding and Gukesh, they are tied after 7 games. Welcome to the Take post-game show. And today, let's also call it a halftime show. We don't have Usher. We don't have Lady Gaga, but we have something even better. Let's bring in pundit number one. He's also world number one, Magnus Carlsen. And Magnus, game 7. That was an action-filled game. What is your first reaction to it?
This was a fantastic game. We really couldn't have asked for more. There was a fascinating idea from Gukesh in the opening, an almost entirely new concept. Then, he played a really good game up to a certain point. Ding started fighting back, and we got this fantastic back and forth battle where Ding eventually found a lot of resources to stay in the game. So overall, I think by far the best game of the match so far, and I think it's one that um, uh, really thrilled everybody.
Amazing. Oh, I can't wait to dig into this game together with the two of you, because let's also bring in the other pundit, Gotham Chess Levi Rosman. Are you as excited as Magnus about game 7?
Yeah, I think we finally got the iconic game. We got every world championship, I would say, has at least one of these. And this one was fantastic. Yeah, rookie one by Gukesh, which we're going to get into in a second, was almost never played. I think it's like the 17th most popular move in that position. And also, I have to say, everybody got what they wanted. The spectators got the bar going up and down. At its maximum, it was something like +5 in the end game.
Yeah.
But it never... It was not the world's most obvious +5, so we still have things to analyze, and I wouldn't say it was like a one-move blunder by Gukesh. So, yeah, it was a great game.
Oh, fantastic. Well, let's jump right into the game, you guys. Game 7 in Singapore. Gukesh had the white pieces. It was a Grunfeld opening. And Magnus, go ahead. What moment do you want to start with here?
Yeah, let's start with Gukesh's really. I would call it a novelty because I don't think it's ever been seen at anywhere near the level that it was today. And this is kind of vintage Gajewski, Gukesh's main trainer, that he finds a lot of these ideas, like absolutely obscure ideas. And the thing about them is that the engines hate it at first, and then when you analyze more and more, you sort of make them playable. So you're presenting your opponent with a lot of choices and a completely fresh position. Obviously, your opponent knows that he has at least an equal position here, but he's presented with so many choices, and none of them are like obvious. For instance, if you mimic White's move, moving the rook as well with Black, then White will probably play h3, which is funnily the top engine, like make another waiting move and force you again, like, are you going to take my pawn? And I think for Ding, this was really unpleasant because now he's sort of forced to fight at an unfamiliar territory, and he feels that, well, I kind of have to accept this challenge. I don't see a clear way for me to be equal if I just play it safe. So I thought this was um, a tremendous surprise found by the Gukesh camp, and it was really quite impressive because you don't see these completely new ideas that often, even in a world championship match. Usually, the ideas that you find are sort of tweaks to ideas that are already known. So, yeah, that was the first big moment for me.
Wow. I think we talked about in the live show that at this point there was actually only one game in history with this position, and it was a lower rated game. It was, in fact, the next move that Ding made that was the actual novelty. But yeah, Magnus, you are correct. What Gukesh did there was basically a novelty then. So impressive opening.
As I said, it's an entirely new concept, and I think it was very well suited to the match situation and Ding's temperament. Like, I think we sort of all expected Gukesh to go for e4 to find some idea in the French defense, and instead he goes and finds something fresh in an entirely new direction. So it was really fascinating to see.
How cool.
I'll just add here that if we back up one move, I myself have before rookie one, I myself have struggled a bit in this position with the white pieces, and I've played the move a4, which is a pretty well explored idea, but the idea is to just delay capturing on d5 and creating the symmetrical pawn structure. I actually played that in August, and it was a nice game. It was the famous game where I ended up with a bishop and like 4 pawns for a queen in an endgame, not because of the opening. But also Magnus himself has played knight c3 here with a similar idea that if black captures in the center, you get the big center, which I guess we can fast forward to. And so, yeah, Magnus, I don't know how much time you spent like breaking this down, but it's quite different with the knight on c3 or with the rook on e1. Like my gut says the rook on e1 with the pawn on e4 is an improvement for white as opposed to the knight on c3. But is that assessment fair?
I think there are pros and cons, you know. The main pro, of course, of Rookie One is that it's fresh, you know. Knight C3, as you said, I played it myself. I prepared it for the 2021 World Championship as part of my idea to sort of play D4 and then sacrifice this pawn whenever I could. Um, but yeah, as you say, sometimes the knight wants to go to a different square. So that could be a possibility. Black cannot so easily advance the B pawn to attack the knight. But then on the other hand, you know, white doesn't always want to put the rook there. Sometimes you want to play the queen to E2, then put the rook on D1. Actually, you want to do that quite often. So I think, as so often in chess, there are pros and cons, and if you look at the positions deeply enough, they turn out to be equal. But as you said, Levy, there were definitely ideas of this move, and we could see one of the chief ideas on the very next move when Gukesh actually put his knight on the D2 square instead of the more obvious C3 square. As you say, like one of the ideas of the delaying this and. Um, Yeah, this is what you get in the opening when you when you make a fresh move. It doesn't seem at first to be an important tweak, sort of, because you think there are the same ideas, but then this shows up and you get an entirely fresh position, which is what you want.
Hmm. Yeah. And at this point, the bar is saying here it's still balanced, but at this point, could you already see some ambition from Gukesh in this game?
Oh yeah, there's no doubt. You don't play this kind of opening if you're not highly ambitious with the white pieces. So even though I'm sure they've analyzed it to a point where they feel like it's safe for white, still it takes guts in this situation, match tied, to just give up a pawn and know that you're not getting it back necessarily in a long time.
Hmm. All right. Well, not long after this in the game, we actually had, if we fast forward a little bit in the game, we actually have a take situation with 3 captures in a row. We do love when we can use our take graphics. And where should we jump to next, you guys? Like in the take app, there's so many headlines in this game. We have great moves, we have mistakes, we have mysterious moves. Where do you want to go to?
Well, first of all, yeah, you go ahead.
No. I'm curious. I want to know if we're on the same page. First of all, what?
No, I was gonna say that. So Ding's reaction with C5, it was kind of
Yeah.
it was understandable because you take the game into maybe somewhat clearer territory, but it wasn't objectively great. Like it goes from a position where black is completely fine and to one where he's objectively a little bit worse. Um, but I didn't necessarily hate that. But of course, Ding spent a lot of time and he's decided to radically change the character of the position to go from a position where you're a pawn off to one where you've given your opponent a pass pawn in the middle and you've given up the bishop pair as well. So that's, it's not it's not an obvious decision by any means.
Would you play b5 yourself, knowing that your opponent might be prepared like 10 moves in? What is that psychology like where you know b5 is probably the best move, but you've never studied the position. c5 kind of, you have the benefit of like, well, I might get them out of preparation. Also, the plan for me is kind of simpler. There might be some less decisions to make down the line, but I know inherently it's not the best move. The best move is probably b5. How do you make that decision?
So the thing about this is that there are positions after b5. Then white will go h3, I think, most likely. So just imagine a scenario where black trades off the light squared bishop and then puts up a pawn wall with e6. And you're sort of thinking like, these positions look very solid for black. But actually, they are not. White has a very clear attack there on the king side, just pushing the h pawn, the flank pawn off the board and using that to attack. So it's very dangerous. So if you're playing the move bishop to g4 and then b5, this sort of has to be connected with the idea of retreating the bishop, thinking that you force the white knight to an inferior square. And I think that he felt that this wasn't easy to do psychologically. But if you're asking me what I would have played in a vacuum, b5, 100%, I would probably think that c5, well, it's not terrible, but I don't see any clear equality. And then I'll just have to go b5 and then take the punches, you know?
All right, so there's a little bit of insight from Magnus Carlsen. What we're going to do is we're going to head over to Reddit, and then we'll cross to the live coverage, which should be starting in about 10 minutes. We'll probably see images of the players rocking up at the venue. But first, let's head over to the front page of Reddit. I've seen a couple of posts that I've saved, and we can start off with this one. This is actually a quote from Carlsen in this interview that we just watched. It was later on. Carlsen says, "Why does the computer scream +2? It's not obvious at all. As a fan of Gukesh, you would have loved for him to find that. I don't blame him for this, though." And this was the position over here you can see on the left of Magnus there, where I think it was at this point that Ding was offering an exchange of queens, and instead of playing bishop to e3, which is the engine's best move, I think he played queen to f4, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, queen to f4 with a double attack on the knight on f6, and essentially hanging the c2 knight. And here, I actually briefly looked at this when we were wrapping the game, and I couldn't really give a great reason of why there was a big meaningful difference between the two moves. And it was extremely difficult, except for the fact that you say, okay, if you trade off queens, you've got the bishop pair, it's possible that the c4 pawn is a little bit weak. And obviously there must be something there long term. But yeah, very, very difficult to find. And I think watching it play out the way it did was frustrating, seeing the engine bar move all of the, up and down, and slowly watching Gukesh's advantage dwindle. But yeah, actually an incredibly difficult position for white to realize that advantage, which is often the case in these sort of complex middle games, end games. Magnus gives extremely high praise to Game 7. I feel like we're seeing a lot of quick quotes of people bashing the World Chess Championship so far, talking about how Magnus is critical and similar. I've watched every recap so far from major streamers, and I think Magnus is consistently one of the most interested in the games. He's been critical, no doubt, but only on certain moves and certain positions, much as he basically is even of his own games. I think a lot of people aren't watching or listening to him might not realize how positive he's been overall about the games. So I think I'd share this most recent recap. Okay, and then the person goes on to describe how much praise Carlsen gave to Game 7. And I would say we got a bit of an inkling of that in that interview now. He was definitely singing Gukesh's praises for playing rook to e1. That novelty really created a lot of interest in Game 7, and that's what people want. They don't want, 17, 18 lines of theory, 17, 18 moves of theory, but we want to see something original and exciting, and that's what we saw in Game 7. Unfortunately, it didn't lead to a decisive result, but it was nonetheless a very exciting game. Yeah, just a picture of Ding in the post-match press conference, looking very, very happy that he managed to hold that game. And yeah, obviously understandable that he's extremely happy after that game concluded. This was kind of interesting. This was more of like a kind of a joke, but I enjoyed this. So the Google answer about looking over your opponent's shoulder over the board. So should you ever get up from your seat and stare at the position behind or over your opponent's shoulder? This is what the Google AI says. No, in a chess tournament, you cannot stand up and look over your opponent's shoulder to see their board. This is considered extremely poor sportsmanship and is against the rules of chess etiquette, as it is intended to prevent any attempts at cheating by directly seeing your opponent's moves before they make them. I mean, that's ridiculous, right? Which is quite funny. And it actually made me think of this meme, which I enjoyed, when there was that whole Hans Niemann scandal, right? Where everyone was trying to speculate to figure out how Hans cheated against Magnus Carlsen. This was on Anarchy Chess, which made me laugh a lot, where there's a mirror on the ceiling. Hans can look up and then see Magnus Carlsen's pieces. And of course, this just illustrates like the difference between chess and other games where there is incomplete information. With chess, there's complete information. You get to see everything. And for example, with other games like, I don't know, poker, card games in particular, where there's hidden information, obviously being able to have access to that hidden information is an advantage. But in chess, you get to see everything. There's no advantage being gained by staring over your opponent's shoulder or seeing their pieces because you're staring at them already. Anyway, that made me laugh. Here is Hikaru's hot take. So let's take a listen of the game yesterday. This should be interesting.
Of the day. Okay, my hot take of the day is that I think that Ding is overperforming a little bit, but I think in large part he's overperforming because Ding is overperforming because Gukesh is underperforming massively. In my opinion, when I look at these games, you look at game number 1, I know that Ding won that game, but he was in trouble very early on the clock. He seemed very nervous. I know he turned it around, but he was in a lot of trouble in game 1. Game 3, okay, we can talk about objective evaluation, but he got out prepped, in trouble again. Game 5 was just a queenless endgame, not much, but game 7 again, under a lot of pressure, down a lot of time on the clock. And it feels to me like it's more Gukesh not taking advantage of his opportunities than Ding being great. So that's my personal take. You don't have to agree with that. I mean, of course, Ding defended like a boss today, but I would also say as a separate take, because I know something people have been wondering, a lot of people have felt like if Gukesh wins, is Magnus going to want to come back? And my actual takeaway is I think that as Magnus is watching this match, he's probably very disappointed because I think that he has high hopes and he wants to see these kids who can be competitive with him. And I get the feeling that when when Magnus looks at this match, especially today, Magnus is probably thinking to himself, like, I would have won this game 10 times. And Gukesh, and so basically if I were to play Gukesh, I would just dominate him and it wouldn't be really close. So my hot take of the day is I don't think even if Ding wins, it's going to actually make like Magnus want to come back anymore. Is what I would say. I could be wrong on that, but that's just my general takeaway. So
yeah, I think that's a really interesting hot take, a very Hikaru take on what's happened so far. Yeah, of course, it has been really sort of hot and cold, I guess, from Gukesh, kind of from both players. But as a viewer, I have to say that I've really enjoyed this year's World Chess Championship. I think it's been exciting. I think both players are much more evenly matched than people thought they would be before. Taking a look at the markets that suggested that Ding was really a huge underdog. And speaking of Ding, there was this running joke of Ding asked if he had any ice cream. I think there's some kind of, maybe someone can explain it to me in the chat, but there's some kind of translation of his name that has something to do with ice cream. So they mentioned that in one of the press conferences, and he said, "No, I don't have any ice cream." And then as a gift, one of the members of the media got him some ice cream. So let's take a look at this. This is quite fun.
You deserve a prize for playing such an exciting game. So you did not know this, but we have something for you. If I can get my assistant Vanessa up here. We have a choice of strawberry ice cream. So Ding, would you like Ben & Jerry's or would you like Haagen-Dazs?
All right, membrane potential in the chat. Bing chilling means ice cream. Thank you. All right, we got it. So Bing chilling means ice cream, but then they've adapted it Ding chilling. And that's, I guess, the ice cream connection there. Thanks for that. I'm just out of the loop.
Oh, is that all? They're both strawberry. How about you take both and give one to Niwa, Richard Rapport? What do you think? Okay, let's give him some ice cream. There we go. Okay, you can eat that off camera, okay?
Yes, got it. You gotta love Ding. I mean, I really love that guy. He's wonderful. Okay, so Ding finally gets his ice cream. That's wonderful news. And finally, before we head over to the live coverage, let's take a look at what the markets are saying. 40% chance now. Again, everything's equal. 40% chance for Ding to win the overall World Chess Championship. And we can see over time that that number is gradually creeping up, even though the scores are completely level. I think the reason why it's slightly higher now is that Ding has the white pieces, and that would probably give him a little bit more of an advantage today, meaning that there's a higher chance that he could win. And of course, if he wins today, then I think we'll see this 40% turn into something like 55, 60, maybe even 65%, based on just what we've seen so far on the World Chess Championship. Let us head over to the live broadcast, and we can take a look at some of the comments. Membrane Potential says, John Cena used that term in a movie promotion, and because of strong accent, it became a meme. Ah, got it. Okay, thanks. Swastik 004, welcome to you and to Membrane Potential. He says, even if I don't like Hikaru, his rights about the quality hasn't been great form from Gukesh as we expected. As I said before, Hikaru even confirmed that the only edge that Gukesh has is from his prep. Interesting. And yesterday's post-match interview, Gukesh seemed a bit arrogant, even though he is generally calm and collected. Maybe Gukesh is feeling the pressure of expectations. And Unknown Monster, welcome to you. He says, Ding doesn't know what calm means. Oh, man. I don't know. Ding seems pretty... I mean, he's generally quite calm. Although I will say yesterday, he was very, very agitated during like 95% of that game. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see exactly what happens today. I think today's going to be a big day, especially for Ding with the white pieces. We are going to quickly, just before the players arrive, we'll keep an eye on them. So if they do show up, one thing I wanted to quickly run through is
1e4 very seriously.
Sorry.
If I was Ding's team, because in the Singfields Cup he did get an advantage against Gukesh insofar as
Sorry about that. What I wanted to do is quickly run through some of the...
Gukesh has had any struggles at all in the opening. One could argue that it has been against the Italian. In the Singfields Cup, he also got a bad position against West.
All right, sorry, I'm having some audio issues. Okay, anyway, let's just take a look at the live board and then we'll circle back to that later. And for the time being, Gukesh has arrived, which is good news. And what I wanted to do is just go through the openings that we had seen so far from Ding with the white pieces. So what I can do is I'll just mention them so that we have a bit of an idea of what we're expecting. So I think the first game we had an Italian. It was the Giacomo piano game, pianissimo variation. That was the first game Ding played with the white pieces. The second game was the Reti, and the third game was the London. We had a very, very long sequence of London theory, which was pretty interesting to watch unfold. And yeah, today is the fourth game that Ding has, game 8. Fourth game that Ding has with the white pieces. So we'll see what he shows up with today. Back to the chat. Oh, let me just get the browser volume open so we can take a listen to Morris Ashley doing his introductions. Imagine white starts with c3. Yeah, that would be probably the biggest shock in World Chess Championship history. Kanish is here as well. Welcome to Kanish. We've got a lot of familiar names in the chat. We're just about to kick things off. Gukesh has taken a seat. We're waiting for Ding to arrive. You know what would be the coolest thing is if Ding arrives with like a tub of ice cream. that would be meme tier event. All right, Ding is here without any ice cream, unfortunately. Takes a seat. The players shake hands, and we're about to kick things off. Game 8. Let's take a listen to Morris Ashley. And we can get some emotes in the chat. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on, game 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, and children of all ages, welcome to game 8 of the FIDE World Championship, presented by Google. held here at the Aquarius Hotel at the luxurious Resorts World Sentosa here in beautiful Singapore. I'm Maurice Ashley, and it is my pleasure to introduce the two players who are competing for the title of World Chess Champion. First, the challenger from India, Gukesh Damaraju.
Woo, let's go, Gukesh. Woo!
And from China, the world champion, Ding Liren.
Let's go, Ding. Even though I'm kind of rooting for Gukesh today.
The match is currently tied at 3.5 points apiece. Now going into the second half, the players have regaled us with their incredible fighting spirit and industrious play. It has indeed been a treat to watch this match so far. We have two VIPs to play the ceremonial first move. First, he is a cryptocurrency entrepreneur and the founder of Academic Labs, or AAX, a sponsor of these championships. AAX is an educational Web3 project that creates a gamified learning ecosystem online where learners and content creators can gather and develop games and videos to aid the learning of AI, crypto, blockchain, and chess. An avid chess player himself, he enjoys playing against chess engines and on online platforms. Please welcome Mr. Kingston Queck. And our next VIP. He really needs no introduction, but you should know who he is. He is a chartered accountant in his professional life and was the CFO of one of the fastest growing biomedical startups from Singapore before joining the Singapore Chess Federation as its CEO. Founded in 1949 by Professor Lim Kok An, the Singapore Chess Federation celebrates its 75th anniversary this year and is one of the oldest national sports associations in Singapore. But as a player, in 2020, he became Singapore's first chess grandmaster since 1999. He is an 8-time Singapore national champion and has represented Team Singapore in multiple major events, such as 8 World Chess Olympiads and 3 Southeast Asian Games, where he won 3 bronze medals. He also happens to be the main organizer of this local organizing committee and has made all the magic of this amazing event actually take place. Please put a big hand together for the organizer of this event, Kevin Go Wei Ming. Gentlemen.
All right, now we get to see the ceremonial first move. I think actually we did just see C3, so whoever said C3. And then what is that? H5 or A5? A5. Hilarious. Ding doesn't seem impressed. Gukesh doesn't seem impressed. Oh my gosh. This is game 8, if I'm not mistaken. Game 8? Yeah.
And with that, let the game begin.
Back to its starting square, although I guarantee there isn't a second in the known universe.
All right, let's get rid of some of those inputs. So we have the English, we have C4 on the board. So not C3. Ding starting with 1 C4. Wow, how about that? Now, one thing I'd like to draw you guys your attentions to, if I can, because I actually recently just took a snapshot of all of Ding's openings, and C4 is his second most favorite opening, the English opening, out of all of the games that he's played. 543 openings, 1 D4, and 158 openings, 1 C4. And that's what we have on the board. We have an English. Got bishop to B4 on the board. And this is a really interesting because we've got a reverse Sicilian English opening. And that's, you can see this kind of asymmetry on the board. And I guess it's a reverse Sicilian. Why is it a reverse Sicilian? Because typically this Sicilian's E4 and then black plays C5. All right, the bishop retreats. still relatively familiar territory. We have 526 games that have reached this position. The full name for this is the English Opening Reverse Sicilian Kramnik-Shirov counterattack. So no doubt Kramnik being very, very involved in some of the theory around these openings. He's had such an enormous contribution and kind of the last big name in terms of active players that we see a lot sort of showing up in terms of names of openings. Okay, we've got the English. I like the system where you exchange the dark square bishop for the c3 knight and put all the pawns on the dark squares, says Kanish. This counters the dark square bishop of white. Interesting. All right, well, in this line, we don't actually have an exchange. The knight, of course, threatening the bishop. The bishop retreats to e7. And now, typically, we have a move like d4. Interesting, knight to f3 is also an option. I have to say, truth be told, this is a line that I am very, very unfamiliar with. I don't think I've ever played this with the white pieces. I'm not someone who ever really plays the English, but it'll be interesting to see what the main ideas are with this opening. And we have a situation which is generally a little counterintuitive, where you're moving the same piece twice out of the opening. If you're, teaching beginners chess, usually they say you should avoid that. Why? Because you should prioritize development, getting castled for king safety, and of course, this is more of a general rule of thumb than something that is always strictly true, as we can see in this game. So yeah, d4 is interesting. So 314 games continue with d4. Striking in the center, can have d6, just defending that pawn, and then e4 is another possible follow-up, where we have this advanced knight and these 3 pawns really grabbing control of the center. And already it seems that Ding, despite opening with the English, he's kind of taking a bit of time here. He might have been a little bit surprised by this bishop to e7 move, even though it is the most common continuation. He shouldn't be too surprised, especially considering that he played knight to d5. So the first move, actually, bishop to e7 is actually the most popular move. Bishop to c5 is also a move, but it could be the case that Ding is maybe deciding, is he going to play d4? Is he going to play knight to f3? Is he going to play g3? But it should be a quick move from him, really. So I'm not entirely sure what he's thinking about, but we'll soon find out. But one thing is for sure, we've got an exciting game on our hands. For those of you interested, this position has been reached a total of 526 times, and out of those games, 38% end in a win for white, 29% result in a draw, and 32% result in a win for black. So this is almost at the level of sort of Sicilian, where we see that actually both white and black have very, very good chances of winning, and the percentages for a draw are a little bit lower than they might be in other openings. All right, we do have knight to f3 immediately followed up by d6, supporting the e5 pawn, of course, because as soon as the knight comes to f3, you're threatening to capture. And now we have g3. g3, also a very logical move in this position. Let's get it up on the board. But now we're also starting to head out of known theory. And this has been kind of a common theme that we've seen in a lot of these games, where it hasn't been, a novelty on move 10 or 15. It's been, let's get out of theory as quickly as possible and make things exciting. And that's what we saw yesterday. And it looks like we might see something like that today. It is possible that we could transpose back into some kind of more familiar territory, but I think the way things stand, especially after that last move, c6, only being played 4 times. So we already just went from 500 plus games to just 4 games after c6. And this is probably, if you're a Ding fan, maybe a little bit scary, because it could be the case that Ding's preparation just walked straight into Gukesh's preparation. And my suspicion is that because of the fact that Ding has played the English Open opening quite frequently, this isn't unusual for him. Remember, this is his second most favored opening with the white pieces. It stands to reason that Gukesh and his team have spent quite a bit of time preparing for this kind of opening. Will he take or retreat the knight? What do you think? Okay, so yeah, there's 2 options here. You can just capture on e7, or you can play knight to c3 and just move back. Both are completely viable. The engine slightly prefers capturing the dark square bishop. I would probably want to do that as well. You know, if you have an opportunity to sort of claim the bishop pair, even though your dark square bishop for the time being is not really doing much, obviously has long-term potential. And after, say, knight takes on e7, you can play bishop to g2, fianchettoing the bishop, preparing to castle, etc. And then, interestingly enough, in this position, f6 is a move. And typically, f6 is not a move that you would want to play because there's this enormous, look at all the holes that you've created with the light squares. But look at the bishop on g2 is not really sort of, if, for example, the bishop was maybe on c2, it would be a different story. But because of the fact that the bishop's on g2, now f6 becomes a little bit more of an idea for black, knowing that it's going to be difficult for white to take advantage of the holes that have been created on the light squares. And look at that. That's exactly what we have on the board. We have f6 on the board. And let's take a look at the openings from this position, and absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So we basically deviated after Gukesh played f6. 0 games in the database on move 7. And I think Carlsen's going to be looking at this and really, really happy that we're also in this game, similarly to the game that we saw yesterday. Out of theory, out of book, got a completely original game. And yeah, anything can happen. For the time being, the position is equal. Castling here makes a lot of sense. Getting your king safe. And then bishop to e6. Bishop to e6 is also a very natural move. Centralizing the light squared bishop. And then d3. Also a logical move. Defending the c4 pawn. Preparing to develop the bishop on c1. Queen to d7. Queen to c2. And now you can play c5. Yeah, this has been a very, very interesting opening. And again, it seems to me that just from the speed that Gukesh has played, he's absolutely blitzed out f6. He has spent approximately zero time thinking about f6. And we have a situation like we had yesterday, except surprisingly, the roles are reversed, or at least the colors are reversed. Yesterday, Gukesh was blitzing out all of this preparation in the Grunfeld, and Ding was the one who was sort of under the gun with the black pieces. And now it's supposed to be the other way around. Ding is supposed to be the one who's prepared this, but it seems that Gukesh has spent a significant amount of time studying, preparing for this specific opening. The real one says is not equal. Yeah, well, it is mostly equal. I mean, the advantage that we're seeing from the engine is like, well, maybe I leave the chess.com engine a little bit more. Let's play f6. Yeah, and it says sort of plus 0.1516. Not a meaningful advantage for either. All these pawn moves made by the engine for black in order to restrict the dark square bishops of white. Yeah. So that, I mean, obviously that's what I was saying, that you give up the light squares, and Gukesh is actually okay with that because of the fact that he still has his light square bishop, right? So if these light squares are ever challenged, he's got the right colored bishop to be able to keep things sort of under control. But the benefit, as you mentioned, Kanishk, is the fact that the dark squares are very firmly under the control of black. So that means, you know, when we inevitably see a move like d3, I wonder even if d4 is possible, but regardless, opening up some squares that the dark square bishop would like to develop to, or especially a move like g5, that's completely not an option right now. It also might be the case that we see, I don't know, some lines. h4, h5, trying to break down the pawns on the king side. And then maybe there's a situation where white's just a little hesitant to castle. Even though castling is the best move, it just feels like if I was playing this in a blitz game, I would seriously consider temporarily foregoing castling to try and get an attack going immediately on the king side with moves like h4. Maybe not right now. Probably you can actually you can start with d4. So let's take a look at d4. This is interesting. d4 and now e4, knight to d2, and then d5. No, I don't really want to close off the position. This is still equal, but yeah, I don't like this. What about starting off with d3? d3 is okay. What I'd like to do first is give myself maybe the option of... The problem is now the queen on c2 just looks kind of like it's really not doing anything. Yeah, maybe not d3. Let's take a look at some of the comments. The real one says, has a slice of an advantage. Oh, I like that. Yeah, I might use that. A slice. That's cool. Ding needs to deviate, put Gukesh out of prep, or else it's just Ding playing against memorized engine lines. Now that is a very good point too. And I think there's really, really something to that. When you're seeing Gukesh blitz out prepared theory after you're the one that started this by playing the English, it does feel like you need to come up with something that is going to disrupt the flow of Gukesh. Because if you play something sort of predictable here like castles, it feels like Gukesh, as we saw earlier on, Hikaru was saying how well prepared Gukesh is in terms of theory. If you play a more conventional move in this position, even though this position has never been reached before, if you do play something like castles, it stands to reason that Gukesh is going to be familiar with what to do next, just based off of pure study and memorization and preparation. All of those words. The real one says, this game as Gukesh is playing, it reminds me of the first one with white. Oh, the very first game where Gukesh played with white. The one that he lost. Is that the one you're referring to? White, pawn b4, queen to d3. All right, so you want to play pawn to b4 now? Or d4, did you mean? Because pawn to b4, then queen to d3 is not yet possible. You can play... The problem is that if you play d4, this pawn is going to get pushed, and then you're not going to be able to play. This is the one thing where I feel a bit uncomfortable about playing d4. Black's going to get this just massive center, and you don't want that. Oh, sorry, I haven't played f6 on the board yet. b3 is a move, out of interest. b3, and basically saying, okay, cool, I'm going to potentially take control of the dark squares, put my bishop on b2, or even in some cases, maybe bishop to a3 is also an idea. And then by putting the bishop on b2, this is also not something that you see super often. both bishops in this kind of fianchettoed position. But there are some benefits of putting the bishop on b2, and that is sort of more of a longer term perspective. And it's kind of saying, okay, the black pawns can control the dark squares, but by putting the bishop on b2, I'm going to control any pawn breaks. You have to be careful about making any committal moves with these pawns in particular, because as soon as you start moving them, you're allowing this bishop to have greater scope along this diagonal. He played quickly, he advanced his pawns aggressively, but in the end lost the game. Oh, yes. Yeah. So it might be the case that we see some sort of similar concerns. Actually, now that I think about it, b3 looks quite interesting. And I think b3 might be a good option for Ding because of the fact that it's possible that Gukesh maybe didn't look at this. He might have looked at some other moves. Maybe he looked at d3. He could have looked at b3. Castles. And yeah, when you start looking at these games and how they play out, you have a renewed appreciation, especially for Gukesh. I know Hikaru was somewhat sort of disparaging and saying, well, oh, it's all preparation. He's just memorized all of this kind of thing. But in order to really understand what's going on in so many different positions, it requires an enormous amount of study and exceptional memory. And I really think that that is one of Gukesh's strong suits. Exceptional memory and great ability to calculate long lines. That's what we've seen. I really like b4 here, but not queen. Oh, queen to b3, d3. Okay, so you guys are talking about b4. So b4 is interesting. Maybe, you know what? b4 might be the move that Ding could go for, knowing that Gukesh is very likely not spend time looking at b4. Maybe Gukesh has looked at b3, but b4 seems pretty ambitious for white. It offers the same opportunity to develop the bishop to b2, and it also just takes space. And one thing that we know about taking space, it's important to do so because it's free real estate. You gotta take that free real estate. Okay. Gukesh's pawn structure makes Ding start thinking. I want to play castles, bishop to d6, queen to d2, then knight to d7. And I'm hoping to get to play c5, but I don't think it works. All right, let's take a look at that line. That's interesting. Okay, so we start off with castles, right? Castles. Let's make a move. Castles for black. Oh, actually, maybe bishop to e6, then castles. Okay, wait, what was your next move? You want to play bishop to d6. Oh, bishop to d6. Oh, sorry, you're giving me black's move. Got it. All right, castles, bishop to d6, queen to d2. All right, we can't play queen to d2 yet. Queen to c2. Got it. Okay, queen to c2. Thanks. And then knight to d7. All right, knight to d7. And then... Okay, apparently here we can actually play d4 immediately and strike in the center. Then after castles, b3, you're just taking up space in the center, and because of the fact that the queen's on c2, the pawn push of e4, which you would love to have e4 and then d5, creating this pawn chain in the center, you can't do that. Yeah, so this actually would be quite good, but I don't think we're going to get this. This is just a little too risky for black. So what about d3 instead of queen to c2? I think d3 is a reasonable move. So we say bishop to e6, then d3. The only issue that I have with d3 is that a very natural move for white is to play queen to c2. And now queen to c2 just looks a little silly because you've kind of blocked off the power of the queen along this diagonal. I guess it might not matter. But let's say queen to d7. Yeah, so the engine's gone from thinking that queen to c2 is a move to saying, nah, it's not really anymore. And I understand that. Okay, so bishop to d2 instead, and then castles by black. And now b4. Wow. So it also seems that b4 is possibly a little bit of a common denominator in a couple of lines that we've looked at. And we get this really interesting asymmetry in the position where black has kind of got control of the center and white is trying to go for a pawn storm, possibly on the queen side, which I think would be very thrilling. That would be a cool game. But okay, one thing I will say, I mean, we spoke a lot about the time yesterday, but Ding is already down nearly 20 minutes on the clock. And the issue here, again, 20 minutes is nothing. It's not a big deal. However, Ding is playing with the white pieces. Ding is supposed to be making Gukesh think, and somehow Gukesh has kind of already played the old Uno reverse card straight out of the opening. He's already turned the tables on Ding.
Well, well, well. How the turntables.
All right. I got to make these some of these memes work. Maybe today I'll just like spam you guys with memes the whole stream. We'll just forget about the game and I'll see how many memes I can fit into one stream. Mark, Mark says he bet on no draw. Wow. All right. What I'll do is I will also keep the markets open because they kind of give us a little bit of an idea, although I'm convinced that the people who are making the odds for this market have no idea what they're doing. They're just looking at the evaluation bar. And I think, like, honestly, it's possible for strong chess players to be able to appreciate that just because the evaluation bar goes up, like, for example, you might see it go suddenly to +5. Apparently, Levy said that happened yesterday. I didn't see it, but let's say it did. Go to +5. And then suddenly the markets react as if Ding's going to lose and Gukesh is going to win. But what they don't see, it's not like a clean +5, right? Where you hang your rook and now your opponent can do anything to win. They have like 10 moves. There's a big difference between being +5 and any move wins and +5 and only one weird little narrow corridor leads to victory. And that's something these market makers just, they don't understand. They're like, oh, the engine says +5. So that's my take. Mark Orwood says the evaluation went up for me after sacrificing the rook today. Very cool. In this position, I like d4 pawn attack and then knight to d2. Yeah, so this is kind of the thing that we did look at briefly, is starting off with d4 is not that great because black can immediately respond with e4. And maybe it stands to reason why queen to c2, putting the queen on c2 first and then preparing d4. Because now once the queen's on c2, right? d4 is not an option, or e4, excuse me, is not an option because of the fact that you can capture on e4. So this might be a nice way to prepare, but all right, we do have a couple of moves on the board. Let's take a look and see what's going on. All right, we have the move that we expected, bishop to e6. Really nice square for black to place that bishop. All right, so we had castles first, sorry. And then immediately Gukesh did not even think for a split second. He just snapped off bishop to e6. And now the best move is b3. b3 or queen to c2 are both natural moves for Ding. I don't imagine he's going to spend too much time. Oh, he might. He might spend quite a bit of time. These are sort of important moments. b4, you can't play b4 now because you hang the pawn. Queen to b3 after b4 would be nice. Unless you start off with d3 first. But d3, again, I don't like d3 because of the fact that it kind of limits some of my options with the queen on c2. So I would probably here be comfortable playing queen to c2. But the one interesting thing that we'll say here is Gukesh, who has just spent a minute and 17 seconds out of the opening has already basically reached equality with the black pieces. You know, out of the opening, typically the first couple of moves and hopefully entering into the middle game, white is able to gain an advantage and maintain that advantage, gain more of an advantage. But that has already sort of disappeared. So yeah, queen to c2 is quite a comfortable move. Very simple. You're attacking the c4 pawn. I'm going to defend it this way. And then b3 is also an option, but once you play queen to c2, now you can still actually play b4. Maybe in some lines. So let's say d5. And now d3. Okay, so now we have to play d3. This is sort of obligatory. a5. And then a3. Castles. And then bishop to d2. And just from looking at this position sort of on face value, you'd have to say that black looks, you know, they're pretty decent. They're taking quite a lot of space in the center. They do need to develop the last remaining minor piece that hasn't come off its starting square. And here we can see a move that we were discussing yesterday, knight to a6. Counterintuitive, putting a knight on the rim. But this knight on a6 is actually great. Of course, it can't go here, but has the option of going to c5. It can also develop via c7. So there are some sort of longer term options with that knight. And you can even play b5 here. And this would really create a little bit of chaos almost. b5 looks quite scary for reasons that we also discussed yesterday. This dark square bishop on g2. Things start opening up and there's like suddenly a trade in the center. It's possible that you could unleash hell with this bishop. All right, let's take a look at some of the comments. Yeah, some moves that would throw off prep of Gukesh, definitely. b4 and queen to b3. So the cool thing about starting off with queen to c2 to defend the c4 pawn is that we can still play this line. I think it would be a little less comfortable with now putting the queen on b3. Say you want to play b4 and then queen to b3. There's some threats of b5 and your queen is pinned. So we have to be a little bit careful. Got a move from Ding. He starts off with b3, just b3 first to defend the c4 pawn. I like it. I think either of those moves are fine. And Gukesh, what is going on with this guy? What is going on? He has not spent basically any time. Every single move that Ding has played, Ding has spent basically a half an hour out of this opening. We are not even at move 10. And Gukesh is reading his mind. He knows exactly what he's doing. He is more prepared in Ding's opening than Ding is. And this might really play a pivotal role in today's game. Gukesh came out guns blazing. He is ready to play. He's taking control of the center. He's not even calculated. He doesn't need to calculate because he knows that d5 is a move here. This is insane. We had b3 and then he immediately pushed d5. And giving the engine a little bit of time to think, it seems to say this is still equal. But, I mean, looking at the position, black is the one who has the big center. And you definitely get the feeling that momentum is in Gukesh's corner. So, yeah, this is pretty incredible. I found this cool line immediately. b4, giving up c4 pawn. Then bishop takes c4. Then you play d4. Okay, let's take a look at that. That's interesting. So, before we look at that line, I just want to see how quickly Gukesh moves now. All right. So, Ding has played bishop to a3. Highlighting the weaknesses on the dark squares. and basically saying, yeah, well, you gave up your dark square bishop earlier for my knight, and now I'm going to make my dark square bishop really count for something. And this is going to be a little bit of a thorn in your side, and you're going to have to deal with this dark square bishop. According to the engine, the best move here is just a castle. Get the king safe. And then kind of take it from there. I would like to look at one line where Swastik004 mentions that there's a pawn sacrifice here. Okay, so we started off with b4. Bishop takes c4, giving up that pawn. That's an interesting idea. Then you play d4. So you immediately jump into the center with d4. Okay. Takes, then queen takes d4, which sacrifices another pawn on e2. Okay. So bishop takes on e2, and then I guess rook to e1. Rook to e1, bishop takes on f3. Bishop takes f3, and you've given up 2 pawns, but you've gotten pretty awesome compensation along the e-file. And actually, yeah, you're right. White has a bit of an advantage here. Great line. This is interesting. And also, now the holes on the light squares are even more pronounced because you have the bishop pair. And you have, critically, the light squared bishop. This is such a cool find. Well done. I really like that. I really like that, actually. Well spotted. That is a great, great move. Fascinating. It's incredible. You just sacrifice all of this material. Well, just 2 pawns worth of material, but now black needs to try and hold on. Okay, we do have a move from Gukesh. He didn't quite blitz out this next move at the same speed. At the same breakneck speed that we saw earlier, but he's still very much at an advantage with the black pieces on the clock. And we have castles on the board, which is the best move. And I think that little bit of time that Gukesh spent there might be indicative of the fact that he's starting to sort of head out of known theory from his perspective. So yeah, thanks, Swastik004. Really, really interesting line. And I guess the question I would have with that line is, if you give up this pawn, do you have to take it? Black's best move is just to capture. Yeah, it is. It seems so. d4. The engine initially just says this is just this is good news. But I think the problem here is that black isn't required to capture on d4, and they can play knight to d7 and just say, okay, I'm going to take the pawn, but I'm not going to give you the compensation by exchanging my light square bishop. And this would be a little bit frustrating and allow black to have that advantage. But still, very cool nonetheless. Okay, so we have b3, immediately d5, bishop to a3 and castles, and now the ball is back in Ding's court. And what would be the best move here? d4 is good. Rook to c1 is good. A lot of natural moves. Even knight to e1 is good. I think d4. d4, e4. Now knight to e1. Yeah, it just feels uncomfortable. It's very difficult to kind of like challenge these strong central pawns that Gukesh has got. And if anything, it seems much easier to play this position from black's perspective than from white's perspective. White is cramped for space and doesn't have a very clear plan in terms of breaking down black's control of the center. Rook to e1. Rook to e1. So now rook to e1? I'm not entirely sure what rook to e1 achieves. Okay, we do have a move. So Ding winding up to do something with the white pieces. First d3. Oh, okay, cool. Unknown Monster, we'll take a look at that in a moment. d3. Then rook to e1. I guess the idea would maybe be preparing to play e4. But it could be the case that... So let's see. Okay, so we actually had rook to c1 on the board. Wow. Rook to c1 from Ding. I don't know. That's totally fine. That makes sense. And then... Okay, let's just say, for example, d3. Rook to e8. And now rook to e1. Yeah, maybe sort of a longer term idea here. I would probably prefer the move that Ding played, not just because the engine tells me to, but practically speaking, it feels like the C file is closer to opening up than the E file. And a move like rook to C1 is kind of pointing out a bit of a problem. Well, not a big problem, but something that Gukesh needs to deal with, and that his knight is still on the 8th rank and needs to be developed. And the best way to do that is still knight to a6, rerouting the knight to c7 probably. And then maybe moves from... A lot of the moves I think that Gukesh needs to play are quite easy to play. They're moves that kind of don't require huge amounts of calculation, but are sort of somewhat intuitive. Knight to a6, knight to c7, queen to d7 is a move, connecting the two rooks. Then maybe rook to c8. And yeah, the one issue is, of course, this bishop is still pinning the rook on f8. Rook to c1 is really the best move in my eyes, no matter what the engine says, because Gukesh needs knight to a6, which isn't natural. I don't know. Well, I don't know. I think knight to a6 is probably... I mean, maybe it's not super natural in terms of normal developing moves, but in a position like this, whenever you have the c7 square available, knight to a6 should jump out at you. And similarly in black's position and in white's position. I don't think this is like super out of the ordinary. But yeah, in terms of being maybe less natural than other moves, sure. Yeah. Okay, Gukesh taking a little bit more time now. He's definitely definitely out of his preparation. All right, so rook to c1. Let's see what else we can come up with here. So Gukesh, rook to e8. We've looked at queen to d7. Okay, this might be also a more natural move. All right, we have a move on the board. Let's see what Gukesh is going to come up with. Last move, rook to c1 from Ding. A lot of candidate moves here. Queen to d7, knight to a6 is a move. Rook to e8 is a move. I would probably favor moving the knight, since that is the last undeveloped minor piece. Needs to get into the game. Oh no, he hasn't moved yet. For some reason I thought that he had moved. Alright, we're still waiting on him to decide. And a5, by the way. a5 is also an option. It feels like a5 is a little bit ambitious and maybe a bit greedy. It's kind of saying like, okay, cool. Well, black has this huge center, right? And not only do I have this huge center, I also want to go for more. I want to play a5 and maybe not a4, maybe even a4. a4 is fine. You take, okay, you can't recapture because of the queen on d1, but this pawn suddenly becomes very soft. You can technically capture and you can't recapture back because of the bishop on e6. So maybe a5, a4. That would be fun. Queen to a5 is also an idea, did you say? Queen to a5. All right, let's take a look at queen to a5, but then you hang your knight on e7. So that wouldn't be good. Okay, let's start off instead with rook to e8 and then queen to e5. Also, this is maybe rook to e8 is actually more attractive of a move than I give it credit for, because of the fact that it does now free up this knight to move somewhere remember right now the knight is frozen because of this pesky bishop on a3. So rook to e8. Let's start off with that. Now that does allow the opportunity for the queen to come to a5, attacking the bishop. And it's kind of a strong move, queen to a5, because not only attacks the bishop, it also attacks a2. Swastik004 says, unnatural in my eyes, because if knight to a6, then c takes d, d4, e4, knight to e1, preparing for knight to c2. Okay, so, whoa, guys, we have an exciting move on the board. Gukesh about to drop the hammer. He is not messing around. He's taking control of the center, and he's about to do something beautiful for us chess fans. He starts off with a5, which I think is going to lead to a much more exciting position. a5, a4, I guess being the threat, trying to weaken the pawn on c4. And yeah, just ignoring the fact that black is kind of underdeveloped. He has some issues in terms of being able to have activity with this knight in particular. Just saying, I'm just going to leave the bishop there. I don't care about it for the time being. I've got bigger fish to fry. I want to play a5, a4. Okay, let's take a look at Swastik004's line. If knight to a6, so instead of, let's say instead of a5, he plays knight to a6. C takes d. C takes d, okay. D4, e4. All right, d4, e4. Knight to e1. Preparing for knight to c2, and the black knight on a6 seems useless. You're right, it is useless for now, but it's still probably going to develop in similar fashion. We're going to have knight on c2, knight on c7 here, probably. So knight to c7 immediately. Yeah, actually looking at the knight on c7, it is a little bit strangely positioned. Okay, queen to d2. Then knight to b5. Okay, so it has knight to b5, attacking the bishop, but now you just play bishop to c5 and you're kind of okay. b6. Wow, and you have queen to b4 here. Takes. Okay, things get a little complicated. But actually looking at this line, yeah, I tend to agree with you that maybe this is maybe not super desirable for either side. It's equal. I mean, white has a slight edge here, but I'd have to do some more analysis to see where this goes. Anyway, let's head back to the game. So the very exciting move from Gukesh, a5. I really, really like a5. I think a5 is going to possibly lead to some fireworks. Gukesh, he's opening up a lot for sure. King Gukesh, says Mark Allwood. All right. Well, Ding is still doing fine with the white pieces. The problem is that Gukesh, again, has created a big time gap. 25 minutes. But we've seen this plenty of times in this year's World Chess Championship. Not a big issue. For now, it only becomes a big issue if the position starts becoming very demanding for either player. Then time becomes more of a consideration. But for now, doesn't matter. Okay, so the best move here, d4, e4, and then knight to e1. But again, I look at this position and I'm just like, ugh, gross. Your bishop on g2, there is no worse piece on the board right now than this bishop on g2. It literally does nothing. And unless you're going to try, even if you play a move like f3, which is really horrible, like you don't want to play f3. But even if that was like, okay, so maybe knight to c2 and then f3, there could be some risks of just pushing this pawn. I don't think black would want to do that. But f3, you can even just defend the strong pawn chain by playing f5, and it's horrible. Okay, anyway, let's take a look. What else can we do here? Knight to h4 for white. Knight to h4, rook to e8. We're trying to kind of sort things out in terms of making our position a little bit more playable. We are going to see a move from Ding, I believe. Okay, so Ding, after a5, starts off with knight to e1. He starts off with knight to e1, and this is wild because we have most of our pieces on the first and second rank for white. I mean, this is crazy. We have like basically the majority of our heavy pieces on the first rank, with the bishop on the second rank, which is terrible, by the way. And then the bishop on a3 is very, very good. So we'll give credit where credit's due, but the engine's still evaluating this as being more or less equal. Rook to e8 is a natural follow-up for black. Black doesn't need to do anything super spectacular. I was thinking, what would happen if you just push this pawn immediately, right? If you just immediately go a4. Oh, you can start off with c takes d. C takes d. That's the trick. Obviously, you can't... Well, capturing the a4 pawn feels like a train wreck. So c takes d. C takes d. Then... Okay, b takes a now. That's interesting. And I guess this pawn still can't be captured, but you've benefited nothing because of the fact that you can capture first with a c pawn. Okay. That makes sense. So we ignore a4 for the time being. I think a4 still might be a good move at some point, but just not now, clearly. Knight to e1. And kind of expecting black just to play rook to e8 or knight to a6 still. Gukesh, knights on b8 is sleeping, says the real one. That's funny. Yeah, basically. Mark Orwood says Australian dollars like 300 US dollars. Wow. The rest of my money for gambling on chess. That sounds really bad without the context. So did you have, Mark, is that right? You got $300 on this game for anything other than a draw. Is that right? This game will be decided on the fact whether white is able to hold black before the attack fizzles out, says Swastik004. Ding is waiting and wondering, how far will the pawns go? Yeah, that's true. And one of the things that we do notice in these kind of positions is you hear this word overextend. And that is definitely something that you have to be careful with when you're pushing pawns, that it's possible to overextend, and when you overextend, inevitably you create weaknesses. That's the thing that Gukesh has to keep an eye out for. It probably benefits him to keep the tension in the center and do his best to develop his remaining pieces. Playing a move like rook to e8, knight to a6, knight to c7, getting these pieces into the game, and then considering his options. Yeah, knight to e1. And you could also just capture here. D takes c is a move. B takes c. And then knight to a6. But for Gukesh, I kind of like just keeping the tension in the center. This is interesting. 320 on anything other than a draw. Yeah, if I lose, then I'm not betting on Polymarket anymore. So I hope I win so I can continue with my gambling spree. Oh my gosh. Swastik004 says 99% of gamblers quit right before their big win. I've seen that before. Oh my gosh, that's ridiculous. Nonsense. That is really funny. Okay, so if not rook to e8 or knight to a6, d takes c, those are kind of the three candidate moves that the engine suggests. Yeah, and Gukesh now, obviously, with this little extra time advantage, he can take some time here to consider the pros and cons of either of those moves. But it's a situation where it feels like all of those moves need to happen at some point. Does the order really matter? Inevitably in chess, the order does matter. But it might be the case that whatever black goes for right now is not massively important in this position. But it could have some kind of knock-on effects depending on what he goes with first. Black pawn to b5. Okay, let's try b5. Yeah, this is a bit scary. C takes d. Okay, so we capture. C takes d, C takes d. The issue I have with a move like b5 is it takes this bishop on g2 and it makes it a little bit more dangerous, a little bit more of a consideration. With this b pawn staying on b7, just supporting this pawn chain, the bishop on g2 for the time being is still kind of not a great piece. But as soon as you start opening up, yeah, you're taking space on the queen side, and that could be a bit of a challenge for white. There's always counterplay. And I feel like b5 might be a move at some point, but first we need to try and just get all of our pieces organized. b5, let's look at it a little bit more. The engine actually says f4 here, which is really interesting. And now we have a situation where white has got these kind of lateral pawns moving forward to try and break down the center. D takes C, F takes, now knight to F3. Wow. You have this isolated pawn, and actually white might be emerging with an advantage here. So this could be good for Ding, but I don't think that Gukesh is going to start off. B5 is just a bit too much, especially with all of these pawns being so advanced. Oh, we have A5, sorry. A5 and then B5 now. After, what was the last move that... Oh, we had knight to E1. Sorry. I'm not using the live board. Okay, let's try B5 now. Even D5? Okay, but now I'm just expecting E4. Okay. Interesting. This is tricky. This is actually tricky. I think I'm more of a fan of B5 than I realized. I just didn't look at it. I was like, what do you mean B5? B5 looks way too much. Even though the engine's like, oh, white's doing great. C takes B or C takes D is... Alright, C takes B is the best. You take in the take on B5 and then captures on... Oh, wait, what am I talking about? Yeah, we capture the knight. Queen takes on E7 and then knight to C2. Knight to C6. You can actually play knight to C6 instead of knight to A6. Mainbrain Potential is going to be very happy with that. Was it Mainbrain Potential who was suggesting? Oh, no. It was Swastik 004 was suggesting that. Yeah, so now you don't actually have to play knight to A6. Yeah, this is interesting. This is kind of an interesting position. Black's still maintaining control of the center. But again, we have to be very careful not to overextend. And suddenly this bishop on g2 is also very, very strong. So d4. Go to d8. Okay, well, it's something to think about. I mean, if we see this on the board, if Gukesh starts off with b5, that would be pretty epic, actually. That would be pretty epic. Shivam Shah says, nice thumbnail. Best so far. Thank you. Yeah, that was a fun one. I thought I'd go with the Dark Knights. And it turned out I was really impressed. I had to do a little bit more work. Usually what I do is I just put into this AI software that I use. I just put in the two faces and it automatically does the face swap. But the problem is with the Joker, the makeup is like a big part of the character, and the makeup wasn't sticking on Ding's face so well. So I had to go and then do like kind of a double exposure and then like paint in the makeup using the original. All right, we do have a move. Gukesh is about to play the move that I was hoping for. And that is rook to e8, I believe. Was that it? Yes, we have rook to e8 on the board, unpinning the knight. So now the knight on e7 is free to roam around and search for greener pastures. Kanishk is on his way. Have to go and study. Good luck with your studies, Kanishk. I'll join later. Awesome. Okay, so after rook to e8 by Gukesh, it's just allowing all of this tension to remain in the center. The best move for Ding, which is kind of a scary committal move, is to play d4. And I think we might see another big tank here from Ding before deciding what to do. d4 is a move. C takes d is also a move. f4 is also a move. f4 would be quite exciting, actually. And actually, I'd like to give this particular line a name. I know it is move 13, so we're very deep into this English opening. But I think, what do you guys think about this? Okay, so if we pull this up, I like to call this the vampire variation, because it looks like these two pawns are kind of like vampire teeth. How about that? English opening, reverse Sicilian, Kramnik, Shirov counterattack, comma, vampire variation. That would be cool. I think that would be appropriate if we played f4 here. Great name, winner. That's cool. Hey, you know what? I haven't actually used vampires yet for my thumbnails. What famous vampires can I use? I guess Dracula. Dracula's a good one, but then I need some sort of a nemesis, an enemy. So Dracula, and who's Dracula's enemy? I guess anyone that won't let him eat him. Okay, so apart from f4, which I quite like, let's do a little bit of exploration around f4. So we say e takes f. Okay, fine. Now rook takes f4. Knight to a6. Knight to c2. Knight to c7 probably. No. D takes c. Okay, b takes c4. And now knight to g6. Rook to e4. Whoa. That's a scary move to play. Rook to e4. Knight to e5. I always get worried when I put my rook on a file where there's a pawn in the way of me retreating, because I just feel like I'm just a few moves away from trapping my rook. But the engine seems to think we're all fine here. And bishop to f7. Okay, and now we have to be careful. Rook to b1. Whoa, okay, this starts getting pretty intense. If Ding instead goes for this f4 move, it will come as a bit of a surprise to Gukesh, but it could offer Gukesh a lot of counterplay with the black pieces, and it's quite scary. More solid is d4, but then d4 we're expecting e4, and again this bishop is terrible. So I guess the idea is knight to c2, and then maybe f3 in some lines later on. Let's say a4. Oh, a4 is also very irritating. B takes a, rook takes a, and okay, what's cool now is the bishop is being protected by the knight on c2. C takes d. All right, bishop or knight? Stick with the bishop. And now we can actually capture the bishop on e7, and we'll capture... Wow, there's a big difference if you take with a queen versus taking with a rook. Why is that? Knight to e3. Oh, knight to e3, knight to f5. So if you take your knight to... Oh, no, you can just take first. Takes. Then queen to b3. Oh, queen to b3. What about rook to a5, defending? Oh, no, this is crazy. Okay, so let's say rook to a5. Rook to a1. Oh, my gosh, removing the defender. Rook takes a1, then you have to throw in a check first. Queen takes d5 check. Queen to f7. Queen takes f7. Takes. Then you capture an a1 and you're up a pawn. No, you're not up a pawn. You're not up a pawn, but you have, I guess, what? You have some advantage going into an endgame. e3. It's a small advantage. A very, very small advantage. Okay, so that's one possible line for Ding. Yeah, I'm very much expecting that Ding is going to spend a lot of time on this move. A lot of time, because each one of these lines, they're not like subtle differences. They're very, very, very big differences between a move like d4 and a move like f4. Even knight to d3 is a move here. This is quite odd. But the only move that kind of keeps the balance, well, actually there are a couple of moves that keeps the balance. Taking is also an option. Taking, then d4. Whoa. My brain's already starting to feel a little bit fried. Same idea. Pawn b5 for black is still possible, Unknown Monster says. Okay, so this is interesting. b5 is still possible. Let's start off with... Let's start off with d4. And then e4. Where exactly did you want to play b5? Because I think b5 is an interesting idea after knight to e1. Are you talking about the next move for black, I imagine? So give me a move for white to play, and then I'll follow up with b5, and we can take a look at it. Yeah, and those lines are the ones they calculate. Impressive. It's incredibly impressive. Mark Orwood says, I need a drink, lol. I'm nervous about this game. Yeah, I can imagine. Oh my word. I really hope we see the vampire variation on the board. f4. Get a little bit of a vampire action happening. That would be pretty outstanding. Mark, I've got a meme for you, man. You're feeling nervous about the game? Here's your meme. All right. If Ding plays a passive move like the knight. Okay, so let's play knight to c2. Let's start off with that. And now you want to play b5. Okay, so we can capture b5. Takes. Bishop takes e7. Queen takes e7. And now knight to e3. Ah, knight to e3. Knight to e3 is putting more pressure, but now we just play queen to d7, so we're overprotect, or just protecting the right amount of times the d5 square. d4, e4, and queen to d2. Queen to d2 I like. Connecting these back rooks. Knight to c6. Can play knight to c6. We don't have to play knight to a6, knight to c7. That's nice. And then rook to c5. Rook to c5 with the intention of doubling the rooks on the c file. Yeah, this looks probably just better for white. The real one says, I need coffee. I need a coffee, definitely. Mark Orwood, yeah, that's me right now. That's so good. Yeah, so I think still b5. I do like b5, but I just think it needs to be played at the right time. And right now it feels like too much for black. Black will be kind of overextending. So we need to be a little bit careful when exactly we play b5. But yeah, I want this. Ding, please. Play f4. Let's see the vampire variation. Would be epic. Epic. Not this level. Knight to c2 won't even be considered. Either b4 or knight to d3 are most probable. I would play knight to d3 even if the engine likes d4 better. Okay, so do you mean right now? Knight to d3? All right, we're about to see a move, so let's see. Mark Allwood has some heartbreaking news. Damn. Not only are we out of chives, but also out of celery for my tuna sandwich. That, let me tell you something. It's not more heartbreaking than that. You need all of those ingredients. Oh, yes, we have it. I'm so excited. Guys, we got the vampire variation. Come on, let's go. The vampire variation on the board. I knew it. I literally knew it. I said, guys, he's going to play f4. We're going to get the vampire variation on the board. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. f4. The old vampire variation. Wow. And this is tricky because there's only one move that actually allows Gukesh to continue with an advantage. Is he going to accept the vampire variation accepted? I guess it's not a gambit, so you can't really even include that because you can just capture back. But this is pretty epic. Damn, Ding already played it. Guess I was wrong about the probable moves. No, I think the suggestions that you made were all good suggestions. Knight to d3 was on the board. d4 is an option. He's just gone for something much more kind of offbeat. And I think this also could result in much more action in terms of, you know, not just a boring position leading to a boring draw. I don't think that we're going to see that. I've got a feeling that we're going to see some real drama.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
I'm hoping I'm going to be able to use that again later. Even though things are still sort of equal. I'm just stoked that we got f4 on the board. Mark Orwood says, Ding playing that move made me hate him a little less. That's not nice. We need to show Ding love. He's the chosen one. Even if I am supporting Gukesh. But Mark, you're a huge Gukesh fan, is that right? I'm trying to remember the different people who I know the real ones supporting Ding for sure. And I think Membrane Potential also is a Ding fan. Yeah, I can't remember. Swastik 004 says it makes me love him even more. Nice. Okay. Love Ding, hate his play style generally. Yeah, okay, well, you can't say that about today, right? His play style has been exciting, for sure. I mean, both of them have played exciting. This has been a great game so far. The opening's been interesting, and finally, now that we've reached the pinnacle of chess with the vampire variation, we might be watching the Immortal, the 2024 World Chess Championship Immortal game. Could be. We might see some really, really exciting stuff taking place. I'm hoping so. The real one says, yes, I do. Okay, so Gukesh has followed up with takes. We're a little bit behind on the stream, but this delay allows us to jump to the players and see exactly what they do. Ding about to capture that pawn on f4. There he goes. Nice shot through the pieces. I'm still hoping that we can get like a POV camera inside like one of the horse's heads or something, or like the queen. That would be pretty epic. And you get to experience what it's like to be on the board and to be moved as a chess piece. That would really take the production value of the Chess World Championship to another level. All right, so we have takes. That is the best move. Takes, rook takes f4. And this was the crazy line that we were looking at. After rook takes a4. Now it's saying knight to a6. I don't think we looked at that line earlier. So let's try d takes c. That was definitely the line that we looked at earlier. D takes C, B takes C, knight to A6, bishop to B2. This wasn't the line. Okay, maybe it was B takes C. What was the second line? Oh, it was knight to G6. It was this line that we looked at. Then rook to E4. This was the weird thing that I saw in this position where I was like, what is going on here? So strange. You almost never see this where the rook comes out and just starts like functioning like a regular piece without having open files available. And then the knight is just sitting on E1 randomly. It's almost like these two pieces should be swapped. If we look at this position that we just arrived at, the knight on E1 should be on E4 and the rook should be over here. And yet this is the situation that we have. Very, very strange. Of course, there are always exceptions, and this seems to be one of them. You can start even off with F5, then rook to E3. And I guess the idea is that rook to E3, although you're blockading your own pawn, the rook has several really nice squares that it can retreat to. Specifically C3, keep these rooks doubled, and because of the fact that this rook is on a dark square, it can't be challenged by black because black doesn't have a dark square bishop. So yeah, this might be the easiest way to deal with this. Now F4 even. F4. You could actually play rook to B3 as another threat, attacking the B7 pawn, but then queen to C7. Queen to C7, very clever as well. Supporting this pawn a second time. And now rook to D3. Whoa, just rook comes back. And it's insane. This rook has turned into like the MVP of the game. If we see this line on the board, where Ding just randomly starts bringing his rook up, but kind of counterintuitive to see this line. So if we don't, we might see something else. Oh, we do have a couple of moves on the board. Let's head over to the live board. And we're about to see Ding capture with a rook in real time. Let's take a look at him capture with a rook. Rook has to travel all the way to F4, then knight to G4 to D4. Wouldn't mind seeing Ding move his rook up and down those diagonals if we do get a rook cam. Absolutely, that would be incredible. I want that. I want a rook cam. That would be amazing. Tough to play that line. Very English, says Shivam Shah. Yeah, it's tricky. It's going to be tricky for both players, I think. And that is one of the reasons why this, in my opinion, is going to be a very exciting game. But for the time being, it appears that Gukesh, with the black pieces, has come out of the opening with just the smallest of edges. He's got control of the center. He's played incredibly well. And the question for today is that after yesterday's advantage that Gukesh unfortunately was unable to convert, is he going to be able to turn this advantage that he's gotten with the black pieces, even though it's a very, very small edge? Is he going to be able to make it count for something? And it was interesting to hear Levy and Magnus Carlsen talking about yesterday's game, because while I was watching it, I mean, I was reacting to the evaluation bar just like you guys. And I thought that there would be something a little bit more obvious. Towards the end, we didn't really spend as much time as I would have liked exploring in depth in terms of the analysis of where moves were missed and where Gukesh really could have capitalized on his advantage. But what was quite nice to hear Carlsen and Levy saying it's actually very, very difficult to fully understand why there was an advantage at all. So yeah, I think a lot of people kind of missed that. They just assumed that was something obvious, but it actually wasn't. It was a very, very tricky game yesterday. Oh, engine-ish. Sorry. Sorry, Shivam. I was like, what are you talking about? I thought you meant English because it was the English opening. Engine-ish. Got it. My bad. Okay, so we have takes. We have the line that we were exploring. D takes C on the board. And D takes C. B takes C. There is also an interesting in-between move that can be played. So before you capture this pawn, you can actually start off with rook to e4. And now after bishop to f5, rook to f4. And you have to be careful here, because what's the threat? You're ignoring the pawn. You're ignoring capturing the pawn. Why? Because of the fact that you're threatening to capture on e7. For example, say you make a catastrophic blunder here. Okay, let's back up so I can show you guys what's going on. So we've captured. After taking on c4, you don't need to take back immediately. You can threaten this bishop and say after bishop to f5, you're like, oh, I have to capture the pawn now with the rook. Otherwise, I'm going to go a pawn down. You don't. You can actually play rook to f4, still attacking the bishop. And you're like, well, I'm defending it. But if you do, for example, just take this pawn, now you can... Ooh, there's actually something better. Oh, you can capture with check first. King to h8 and then take. Then queen takes and then... Okay. So it's basically the same idea. You are eventually going to remove the defender and then capture the bishop. So you can't do anything too crazy yet. But it also stands to reason just to keep things simple for white, just taking that pawn immediately. And I guess the threats of playing rook to e4, they still remain. Even if it is just a tempo later. I won't mention the most recent comments just because I need to keep the stream PG. Lol. Okay, so let's see. What else can we consider here after d takes c? Rook to e4 we looked at. B takes e4 we looked at. What about bishop takes e7 immediately? Bishop takes e7 immediately. And I think one of the concerns I'd have here is if you take with a queen, what about... Oh no, it's not a concern. I was thinking rook to e4, but you can easily untangle this by... And then bishop to h3. But there's a check. Oh no, actually there isn't a check now. Queen to f7. Ah, okay. Queen to f7. And then problem is this, like, even... Yeah, this is worse. This is way worse for white. Alright, so there are no tactics here, it doesn't seem, in terms of exerting pressure along this e-file. So we can just start off with b takes c4. It's probably the easiest, but... Yeah, I think we can't capture. Actually, the bishop on a3 is simply too important to exchange for this knight. Not to say this knight doesn't have potential, but it's just the bishop, this dark square bishop is really important to hold onto for white. Okay, so b takes c, knight to a6. We haven't looked at this line. Bishop to b2. And then just putting the bishop on the long diagonal and saying, okay, well, now that the rook has moved from f8 to e8, there's no pin. We're not really achieving anything by having the bishop on a3. The knight can develop freely, so let's just place the bishop on a better square long term. Bishop to b2, knight to g6 still, attacking the rook on f4. And now rook to f2. Knight to e5. And now actually you can capture. Now the engine is saying this knight is a little bit too strong and it needs to be taken. I guess the threats of the double attack on c4 as well as threats of knight to g4 are pretty scary. So so white is basically saying, okay, don't want that to happen. We're just going to capture, f takes, and then e3. And finally, white is able to start setting up some kind of control of the center after, you know, some 19 moves have been played. You know what meme? Damn, Daniel. Oh yeah, damn, Daniel. That's like an Australian, isn't that an Australian meme? Damn, Daniel. I remember that. That was a very popular a long time ago. So you want to rework it so it's damn ding. I like that. That could work. The only problem is that that is a very, very old reference. I think it probably most people wouldn't remember that. Okay, Swastik 004 says B takes c4, knight to g6, rook to e4. Okay, let's back up. Okay, so we're going to start off with B takes c4. All right. B takes c4, knight to g6, and then you wanted to play rook to e4. Okay. Rook to e4, f5, rook to e3, f4, g takes f4. G takes f, knight takes f4, rook to f3. Knight takes g2. White's king just looks vulnerable. Oh, we actually want to take back with the knight. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I can see why this is a little sketchy for white. Two of the pawns in front of the king are basically out in the open. We're going to develop our knight finally. And then rook to g3. That's actually quite creative. It's almost like you're treating this rook as another defensive resource, but also setting up maybe bishop to b2 with threats on g7. So there is some counterplay on this line for white, but yeah, you have to be a little bit careful. Also, there's concerns about moves like queen to b6 with check. I guess you could even follow up with d4 and then c5, so maybe this doesn't really achieve anything for black. But yeah, actually that's true. We have to be careful. We can't play bishop to b2 yet because of the fact that there's the threat of queen to b6 check, forking the bishop and the king at the same time. Yeah. So let's say we have a move like knight to f6 and you played bishop to b2. You can see the engine reacting to this move because of the fact that if we get this kind of setup, immediately falls into queen to b6 with check, attacking the king and the bishop at the same time whenever the king moves. Okay, you play d4, but then you're just going to capture. And oh, actually, there's something better. What's the deal here? Whoa, are we getting trapped? Are we getting trapped? Oh my gosh, it looks like it. Okay. There's some tricks here, guys. Here. So actually, the best move is to play d4 and then to capture first. And after rook takes c4, now you can capture on b2. And the threat of these two rooks being coordinated, sufficiently coordinated to trap the queen, that's kind of nullified. Wow. That's quite interesting. Very cool line. Okay, we're going to see rook to e4, I guess. Unknown Monster says. And here, if you play something like d4, it's just lost. Yeah. In that line that I was exploring, I think you're right. Let's take a look. What was the line? B takes c. Oh, no. It was the line that we looked at before. The one where we had rook to knight to g6 played. Let me just go back up. B takes c, knight to g. Okay, let's just get this on the board. That was this line, I remember. And then what did I play? Rook to g3 now. Takes. Knight takes. This was it. It was a different order, but it was basically the same thing. Knight to d7. And then I wanted to play, bishop to b2, but then we discovered that it falls into this fork. And then if you play d4, instead of capturing, very, very counterintuitive, you actually have to take with the bishop. Otherwise, the queen is... This is such a sick trap. This is such an incredibly cool trap. To say, oh no, my bishop's hanging. I'm going to play d4. And then the queen's like, haha, I gotcha. But then basically the queen's going to get a pawn, a bishop, and a rook for the price of a queen, and actually comes out with an advantage weirdly. So we'll start off with rook to b3, queen takes a2, and then rook to a1. Queen takes b3, takes, and b5. Oh, b5 is also a huge irritation. And this shows you why, even though you've sacrificed your queen in this line, why black is actually still up. Because of the fact that at the end of this line, you've got a bit of a pawn storm going. This pawn is going to fall. There's not really anything you can do about it. So queen to f3, creating another threat of capturing on c6. Bishop takes c4. Queen takes c6. And then knight to f6. This would be actually pretty exciting endgame, to be honest. Really nice imbalance where we have a queen, a rook, and a knight versus two rooks, a knight, and a bishop. And black is up a pawn. So that would be pretty wild. But I think there's a lot that needs to happen in order to get to this position. And there's a couple of inaccuracies that need to be played. Specifically, oh, I started off here. Oh, I think here, instead of playing... Oh, I played rook to g3 in this line. I see. Okay, but basically the same position. Okay, well, I can tell you one thing. Ding looks very, very unhappy. He doesn't look super thrilled with the situation. He is about to make a move with the white pieces. He's down to under an hour on move 19, so he has plenty of time. Or maybe it's not move 19, I'm sorry. I'm way, way ahead in my analysis. Let's back up. Still a lot to be played. Takes, takes. We're only on move 15. Only on move 15, so Ding does choose to capture back on c4. The time difference will again strangle Ding today, Swastik004 says. It could be. I could very, very much see it in this game. Time being more of an issue. Just because of the fact that, I mean, I said that yesterday. Yesterday was a pretty complicated game. But the players did really well in terms of time management. I could see a similar situation happening today. So we have b takes c on the board. And there are a couple of moves that black can respond with. Most of them just revolve around trying to develop this knight, right? You have to try and get it out. Knight to a6 seems like a fine way to do that. Knight to a6, knight to c7. Okay, and let's say you play bishop to b2 now. What's crazy about this, bishop to b2, we're still allowing this tactic. Are we still allowing this tactic? What's the deal? Check. Oh, but here we have bishop to d4, which we didn't have before because the rook wasn't on the fourth rank. Ah, so we can just defend. And then you don't really achieve anything. Okay, so bishop to b2 is totally legit. And we do have a move on the board. Ding has gone for rook to e4. After knight to g6, rook to e4 has been played. And I guess the question is, will Gukesh respond with f5 right now? f5 is the only way for black to keep equality or have a slight edge. It feels like f5 is kind of screaming to be played. Rook to e3. And then if we have this line f4, f5, f4, g takes, which is exactly what we were exploring before. Knight takes f4. What I did accidentally is I played, I think, rook to f3 before. So rook to g3 is fine. And now knight to... What? Knight to h5 is a move. And then rook to d3. Oh my gosh, that's incredible. So Yeah, certainly lots of possibilities emerging here. And I think the scary thing with this line is the fact that White's king is a little bit more vulnerable. Maybe more than a little bit, but you do have this rook on the 3rd rank that's just kind of keeping an eye on everything. It's kind of a weird position. I mean, it's a very weird position when you see the rook in front of the D and E pawn. Remember, the D and E pawn, these are supposed to be some of the first pieces that are moved out of the opening when you're taking control of the center. And now we have a situation where the rook is blockading the most important pawns for White, and White still somehow has an equal position. Really, really interesting. Yeah, this is what happens. This is what happens when we explore the vampire variation. I wonder if I have that like epic coat. I have like a vampire coat somewhere. I think it's in storage. Oh man, that would be so cool. Oh, it's kind of like a trench coat, but it's got like the vampire collars. Mark Allwood is asking, what is everyone else's elos? Ponziani opening. I have no idea what that is. What is the Ponziani opening? Okay, so let's back up a few moves. The move on the board is rook to e4. And if not f5 by Gukesh, knight to a6 is still viable. I mean, I guess it's possible to play. Maybe play f5 at a later stage. Can play d3. Now f5. I guess what happens is that when you play d3, it becomes a little bit scary because you are removing squares. Rook to e3, f4 still. G takes, knight takes f4. Rook to g3, and we get a similar setup, but the only difference is that... I guess, can you not play knight to h5 now? And we just have to move back rook to f3. Whoa, but now the evaluation is dropping because of queen to g5. It's taking a little bit of time. Oh, and this actually is starting to get a bit scary. With the knight on h5, it's preventing the rook coming into g3, and we have some... I don't know, there are some threats. If we can get this knight into the game and possibly this rook, maybe trading off the rooks on the f-file. There's also some threats if we can get rid of the rook on f3. Could play queen to e3 check. Start putting some real pressure on White, getting a bit of an attack going. Okay, Swastik 004 says 1900 peak. I'll give more attention to chess after 10-15 days and aim for playing tournaments while I also work a job. I think I have time as I'm 18. Why is Gukesh not taking the c4 pawn? Well, the c4 pawn is being protected. Yeah, the c4 pawn is being protected by the rook on c1 and the rook on f4, so it's not yet hanging. Oh, it's defended now, but it wasn't before. Okay, let's back up a few moves. Oh, here. Yeah, no, it's been defended adequately. Basically the whole game. Except here. You take, B takes. And now if you capture with the bishop. D4. Yeah, you're getting a lot of counterplay by giving up this pawn, the c4 pawn. I see what you're saying. You're right. You're actually right. It was not being defended adequately before, but you don't want to take this pawn and then recapture with the bishop. You need to actually figure out exactly why. Takes, bishop takes, d4. E takes d4, queen to c2. And then bishop to a6. Okay. Okay, to d1. Ooh. Yeah, I guess the idea is that this d4 pawn can't really be defended at all, can it? Nope. So you can't push c5. So it's somewhat of a gambit, and you're highlighting some very big weaknesses right now in Black's position. So you actually give up a little bit of material. You're only going to recapture one of these pawns, but look how strong the dark square bishop is. And also this light square bishop, maybe you can play bishop to h3, bishop to e6 at some point, and this bishop's kind of out of the game. So that's maybe a shorter explanation, but yeah, white is going to have a long-term advantage in this position. So you can't go grabbing pawns just yet. All right, so we got the vampire variation, c4, f4, which I quite like. And then rook to e4, and we're waiting on Gukesh to see if he's going to push f5, f4. That'll be interesting. Move 11 was rook to c1. Yeah. So that was also, I think we were talking about at that time, defending the c4 pawn. But Mark was right in that that pawn was technically hanging. But by capturing it, Black is just down probably too many tempi. And White has excellent compensation just positionally. Which is exactly what you get with like a gambit. It's kind of a delayed gambit, really. Don't see it too often, but yeah, Gukesh obviously realized that and was like, nope, not taking that pawn. Got other plans. All right, we do have a move on the board. Gukesh has just played knight to a6. Finally, knight to a6. Developing his last piece. And probably with the intention of playing knight to c7. There are no other squares that the knight can go to. I guess you can play, I mean, knight to b4 takes, maybe then set up c5. Maybe set up c5 now. It feels a bit uncomfortable. I don't think I would want to really play c5 at all from Black's perspective because of the fact that White still has this very strong bishop. And you're opening up that bishop when you play a move like c5. But it does potentially allow you to play knight to b4. I guess the problem with playing knight to c7 is the knight on c7 is not actually that great. It's not great on a6. It's not that great on c7. If you play knight to c7, where's the knight going to go? The bishop's in the way. Both of these squares are covered by the pawn on c4. A little bit tricky. Looked at it was hanging earlier on and thought maybe I was not seeing a tactic or something. No, you're right. It was hanging. You're absolutely right. But it was a little bit more of an abstract reason why it wasn't captured, which are always, they're always the hardest reasons. It's kind of like if you've ever played the Smith-Morra Gambit or basically any gambit where you give up a pawn, you know, unless you're actually blundering out of the opening, when you encounter that, usually there's a reason for it. That Black or White are trying to gain some kind of positional advantage. And that is exactly what would have happened if you captured that free pawn. Keep playing. No need to feel nervous. Sweet. Mark's a lot more relaxed. That's good. I don't have a relaxed meme. unfortunately. Okay, so we are waiting on Ding to move. He's got 55 minutes left to play 23 moves, so not an enormous amount of time, but certainly plenty to get the job done, to get to move 40. Provided he doesn't have a very big tank on one of the upcoming moves before move 20. So if he spends another 20 minutes or half an hour randomly here, that could be quite problematic, especially if things get more complicated down the line. The one thing that kind of jumps out to me in this position is how both sides are kind of uncoordinated. Like the pieces are not really very harmonious for black or for white. White has this kind of rogue rook that has gone out on some kind of crazy mission. Meanwhile, the remaining pieces that should be very active are sitting on the first rank, not really doing anything hugely helpful. So these pieces need to develop. The queen needs to get onto a better square for Ding. The knight needs to get onto a better square. And I guess that's why the engine's saying queen to b3 is a move. I mean, it's pretty incredible to see queen to b3 being suggested by the engine, because I would think that that just runs immediately into b5. But I guess the idea is that b5, this is kind of almost provoking b5, this move. So let's take a look at this on the big board. So I was thinking, okay, cool. We need to develop our queen. We need to try and get our pieces working a little bit better. So if we play queen to b3, which is the engine's best move, I was thinking, oh, doesn't this just walk directly into b5? But the problem is that you can actually take on e6. Rook takes e6, rook takes e6, and c takes b. And c takes b is absolutely devastating because of the fact that there are like a million threats that you have to deal with at once. The rook's hanging, and not only hanging is just that it's pinned at the same time. So the best move that you can play here, what? Knight to c7. Okay, so this untangles some of the issues. But now bishop to h3. Double attack, and the king just needs to move shamefully out of the way, and then you just capture back, and you're doing great. So this is a pretty cool threat that's created here. You certainly can't play b5. b5, your position's just going to fall apart. So that's quite a cool line. Gukesh is going to realize that there are some massive threats with sacrificing the exchange after playing b5. So I don't think Gukesh is going to like miss this at all. But it's still important to create threats. So queen to c7 would be the follow-up. And then rook to b1. Okay, creating more threats. Attacking b7 twice. Then bishop to f5. Attacking the rook. Take on e8. Rook takes e8. And what about the pawn on b7? What about the pawn on b7? I guess you just recapture here. And in fact, this is way, way better for black. So for example, takes... Oh, your rook's hanging, of course. I was just thinking there was a way of... Okay, so that doesn't work. Let's start off with e4 first. Bishop takes, queen to e3, which is quite clever. There's a pin on the rook. Then queen to e5. Okay, and the game would continue from here. Sure, so still very, very, very small amounts in it. And we might well have a very exciting game on our hands. After the next couple of moves. This position for white is difficult to play, even for professionals. The moves are just easier for black, even though, as in the analysis board, where we can see some threats white can pose. I guess I would agree with you because, I mean, the one thing that you can say is there are some tactics that we really kind of explored, that some tricks that white might that white might have up his sleeve. In some lines, capturing, for example, sacrificing the exchange and, you know, trying to get something going. But the one thing that I'm a little bit concerned of when I'm playing with the white pieces is maybe there are also still some tactics that might emerge with moves like queen to b6. Especially when this rook on e4 leaves the 4th rank. Because remember, if the rook, for example, ever goes to like e3 and you play bishop to b2 then you're in trouble. Because of that fork. But as we discovered in the other line, there's also some lines where you get your queen trapped. So this is pretty complicated for both sides, actually. Mark says, how can you be so tactically aware of all this stuff all the time? It's crazy. I spot, like, basically what I'm doing during the analysis is I'm starting off with the engine move, and then I'm trying to think after that. So making a move and saying, okay, what is the engine thinking here? And then I'm kind of piecing the next few moves together. But occasionally, and this is one of the most frustrating things about doing analysis, is that you'll try and kind of get triggered to see what the idea is in a position, because every move has kind of a plan. And when you're dealing with engines, sometimes those plans are very deep and extremely abstract. And that's frustrating, because then I can play like 5, 6, 7 moves in a row, and then I don't really see like where it's going. And that, I have to say, I mean, full disclosure, yesterday I felt that quite a bit. Oftentimes, if it's like a 3 or 4 move combination, I'll play the first move of the engine and then I'll be able to see why. But yesterday's game was not like that. Yesterday I was playing, you know, 3, 4, 5, 6 moves of the engine line and then just being like, what is going on? It's just very, very confusing. So it was nice, a little bit of vindication to see Magnus Carlsen and Levy saying that they felt that it was very difficult to see exactly why the engine says, oh, it's +2 or +3 in this position, because it wasn't immediately obvious to them. So not that I'm remotely in the same category as them, but I felt a little bit like, oh, okay, cool. Chess is confusing. That's what I felt. So okay, Karen, welcome to you in the chats. Queen to b3. Let's start off with that. That's an interesting line. Okay, so all right, queen to b3 first, got it. Then queen to d7, just step forward with the queen. Rook to b1, rook to b8. Which rook to b8? I'm assuming rook a to b8. And then knight to c2, f5. Okay, knight to c2, knight to c2, sorry, and then f5. Now okay, so rook to d4 is a big threat here. I guess that's the idea of having the knight. But there are a couple of inaccuracies apparently in this line. Oh, okay, so the idea is you're putting the rook and the queen and the rook on the b file to put pressure on the b7 pawn. Okay, and knight to c2, I guess, preparing that if f5 you can play rook to d4. So if that was the case, rook to d4 and queen to f7. Then bishop to d6. Ooh, bishop to d6. This is the problem. Bishop to d6 is brutal. And bishop to d6 is going to be removing one of the 2 defenders of the b7 pawn. So yeah, that would be pretty good for white. Being able to finally get some material in exchange for all of this great piece activity. And with the rook on d4, it's worth noting that it's possible, I think, let's just take a look out of curiosity. Rook b to d8. So just basically giving that up. And now you take on b7. Wow. Yeah, this is complicated. Okay, let's just say for the sake of analysis, takes, then c5. c5, you're wanting to capture c4 pawn. You have to stay on the d file because you're defending the bishop. Now takes on c4 starts getting a little horrible. Rook to e3. Oh, which is a very beautiful defensive resource. saying that if you capture the bishop on d6, I'm going to capture back on e8. Yeah, anyway, that just shows a few moves of why that could be very good for white. Yeah, we'll see if those play out. I think they're also kind of natural moves. Rook to b1 could work. Pawn to e3 is also a move that's been suggested. Yeah, e3 looks a little dangerous for my rook. If we play e3, also allowing knight to b4 now. Bishop takes b4, a takes b, now c5. What? Really c5? That I wouldn't have expected. c5? I mean, this pawn is being attacked twice, so what's the threat here with c5? Queen to a5, you can just develop your queen and continue the pressure on the a2 pawn. Oh, of course. Okay, so c4, if you capture on a2, then I'm going to capture on b4. And then I'm going to be threatening to take on b7. Okay. Yeah, e3. e3 could be a move. Yeah. I think I'm starting to get a little bit of a sense just from the lines that we've looked at. This is a complicated position, and we might well see Ding really losing track of his time a little bit here. There is plenty to calculate, and when you can see the margins are very, very small, that, like, you know, if you calculate one line slightly wrong, you just miss one detail. And these are the kind of positions where it's easy to miss a little bit of a detail. Things snowball very, very quickly. All right, let's take a look at what Polymarket says. Polymarket, looking at Ding's chances, have dropped from 40% to 37%. That's why I review games. I played with engines, but I'm not harsh on myself or for playing a slightly subpar move, even if the engine prefers something ridiculous. Absolutely agreed. As long as you have justification for a move, doesn't matter what the engine says. Whoa, okay, we have a move that has been played. And that move is knight to c2. Let's see Ding play it live. There it is on the board. Knight to c2 has just been played. And I understand the reasoning behind knight to c2. What does knight to c2 achieve? Well, firstly, the knight on e1 is pretty poorly placed. So basically, anywhere you move that knight is going to be an improvement for that specific piece. Also, it's keeping an eye on b4. And we explored some lines where black would actually like to develop the knight via b4 and say, okay, cool, well, if you want to exchange the outposted knight on b4 with the strong dark square bishop, cool, by all means, go for it. But now you can't do that because, of course, you lose a pawn. And the best move here for black is actually just to follow up with f5. f5 is also a move that we explored. I'm not sure if the lines that we looked at started with knight to c2, but let's take a look. Rook to d4. Queen to g5. I was also thinking about, what about queen to... Let's see. Queen to b6? No, queen to... Queen to b6 kind of pinning the rook, but you can't really do much. Queen on b6. Okay, so let's play queen to g5 instead. And what's insane here is the knight wants to rotate back to e1. Oh my gosh. As soon as the queen finds its way to g5. Why? Because of the fact that it wants to come to f3 now. And f3, the knight on f3 is actually very, very strong. Much better, guarding quite a few key squares, as well as supporting the rook on d4. So this position is completely equal. Other moves for Gukesh. Queen to d7. Knight to e5 now is also a move. Knight to e5. The engine seems to think there could be something here. And we can play even knight to e1 here, just moving back and saying, okay, I changed my mind. I'm going to put the knight on f3. It's also an idea. And d3 is also an idea. So move the bishop back to f7. And I think the next couple of moves, what we're going to see from both players is just these very gradual, slight improvements. Getting their pieces a little bit more organized, working together a little bit more harmoniously, and finding the best possible squares for each piece. So even though it says here Gukesh has a little bit of an edge with the black pieces, I would be the first one to say I'm not exactly sure where that edge is going to come from. Feels like both players have strong pieces. White's got quite a strong dark square bishop for the time being, even if the diagonal that it's on right now, the a3 f8 diagonal, if that gets closed off, for example, you play something like c5. Once it comes to b2, it'll be pretty good there as well. But we just have to keep an eye on the threat of queen to b6 check, forking the king and the bishop on b2. f4 now. Yeah, we looked at that a little bit. Could maybe spend a bit more time on f4. f4, if not rook to d4, let's say rook to e3. And this is maybe an opportunity where things could slip. I think rook to d4 is a natural move. So I would imagine that Ding has thought about this and has probably decided in advance that rook to d4 is fine. But if he does instead play rook to e3, the engine starts thinking that things are slipping somewhat. Queen to d7, d3, f4. And this pawn push, as we discovered in some earlier lines, can create a little bit of, what would the word be, turbulence, let's say, for white. G takes f, knight takes f4, and then here, queen to d2 or queen to f1 even. Knight takes, queen takes, and yeah, the king is quite exposed. Bishop to g4, h3. Of course, you can play h3 because it's being defended twice, even though it's being attacked twice. Rook takes, knight takes, and then, wow, bishop takes now. So we actually can remove the defender. I missed that. All right, queen to g3. We are going to go down a pawn here. And this might be the line that Gukesh is spending a bit of time calculating. But again, we made a few slight inaccuracies from, or we started off with an inaccuracy from white by playing rook to e3. But I guess if you play f5, knowing that there's a chance that your opponent might play rook to e3, and I think the problem with rook to e3 is that you know that it's very possible black is just going to keep pushing this pawn. And that's where the counterplay comes from. So being able to see that in just 2 moves makes it a lot easier and a lot more intuitive to play rook to d4 immediately to avoid these kind of shenanigans. Not to say that we can't see f4 being played later on, but remember, once the rook is on the 4th rank, then suddenly this doesn't have much sting. Rook to d4, then queen to b7. Okay, let's get that happening. So we start off with f5, rook to d4, queen to b7. The queen can't go to b7 though. d7 did you mean? d7 you lose your queen, which would also be bad. Maybe c7. Queen can go to c7. Somehow Black's moves c7. Okay, cool. Got it. No problem. Somehow Black's moves look easy though. Like bring the queen up, line up the rook, time for f4, well, and then the knight can sit nicely on e5. I think knight to e5 is a consideration. The only problem I have is that as soon as we play f5, so for example, you know, playing f5 now, the knight isn't going to be quite as well supported as it would be if we kept the pawn on f6. This is like a full-on knight outpost here. And one of the other irritating things about knight to e5 is that if you play this move, d4, you're no longer defending this pawn at all. So you can just capture here, and basically white's going to go down a pawn. So it's very difficult to kind of like get rid of this knight on e5 because of the fact that d4 is not possible. And we need to make sure that we're defending this pawn. So d3 needs to happen first. Yeah. Bishop to f7. I guess also one of the ideas is wanting to try and put pressure on this rook. Can still play rook to d4. Maybe not now. All right, so we're still waiting on Gukesh to decide what to do. I think the two very big candidate moves would be knight to e5 and f5. Once you play f5, knight to e5 for the time being is out of the question. And I think Gukesh is spending a lot of time calculating just these two lines and very, very deep, far into the future to see where these two lines might end up. Mark Allwood says, I played, I think, the best sacrifice I've probably ever done in a Blitz game today. That's awesome. Did you send me that game? You must send it to me. I'll take a look. Swastik 004 says, the actual best moves are yet to be found. The best moves change all the time in new engine versions. Nobody knows what the best move is. Make something happen. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, we are seeing that. We're seeing that the engine, when you first make a move, the engine does take a little bit of time to kind of figure out what's going on. I have my engine set at a depth of 22, which is, according to what I'm being told, Stockfish light. So it takes a little bit of time to kind of figure things out, but usually 22 moves is enough to be able to see whether a move is good or not, but not always. And sometimes there are exceptions where the engine thinks something is fine and it takes a while to be able to catch up to realize that maybe an endgame is actually lost or is actually a draw. So here the three candidate moves are knight to e5, f5, and queen to d7. But I guess I would say that I'm expecting... Whoa, okay, we actually had the move that I wasn't expecting played on the board. We had the last move being played, queen to c7. All right, who was that? I think it was Karen. This was the move that you suggested. Nice. Got that on the board. Oh, you just sent me the last message. Awesome. Thanks, Mark. Ding's body language is so defensive, but somehow he manages to defend well. Ding got outplayed 8 out of 8 games in the opening, but it's lost just 1 and won once too. Insane how chess works. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, Ding is a real fighter. His body language yesterday was really quite negative. I haven't spent too much time looking at him now, but he does seem sort of similarly agitated today. And I can understand that, especially from what we saw out of the opening, where Ding should have been the one who was well prepared in terms of starting out with the English, but there were a few moves that Gukesh played out of the opening that really caught him off guard. And I think that was, I mean, it even started from very early in the opening where I believe Gukesh played, what was it, bishop to e7? And then there was an exchange of a knight for a bishop. that I think already sort of started the ball rolling in Ding's direction, or in Gukesh's direction, in terms of playing on his terms. And that, of course, also reflected on the clock, where Ding is down over half an hour. 40 minutes to play 22 moves. Plenty of time to play 22 moves, right? You know, you can play an entire rapid game in 10 minutes, all of the moves. But it's not so much having the time to actually make the moves as it is to calculate them and making sure that they are moves of exceptional quality. I don't understand why, even with the white pieces, Ding is on the back foot. Yeah, look, it's a good question. And I think the problem is that I mentioned at the beginning is that Gukesh, you know, he's young, he's studious, he is obviously spent a lot of time preparing for this World Chess Championship matchup. He spent a lot of time studying Ding's opening repertoire. And I think this is one of maybe the disadvantages is, of course, Ding is 30 years old. He has a very big sample size of games that he's played, right? And he has a big sample size that Gukesh can look at and say, okay, what does he play? He plays the English. Okay, what lines does he play? And Gukesh, on the other hand, he's young. He hasn't played as many games, and as such, his sample size of games played are significantly less. And one thing that we know is that if you have a smaller sample size, what happens is that you make assumptions about what someone does or what someone likes to play in terms of openings and what they don't like to play. And I think we might have that being kind of a factor where Gukesh says, well, you know, it's likely that Ding is going to play the English. It's his second most favorite opening. I'm going to do some serious work preparing for some novelties out of the opening. All right, Ding has responded with a move. He's played knight to d4 on the board. Knight to d4 has been played, and this is actually a pretty good move according to the engine. It's the best move. Apart from d3, knight to d4 is definitely a good option. Attacking the bishop. And we're about to see a very quick response from Gukesh. With the black pieces, probably retreating his bishop, I would imagine. Bishop to f7, I think, is quite a natural move. And he does indeed play bishop to f7. It's not a move that requires a huge amount of calculation, and also it should be noted that all of the other moves, with the exception of bishop to d7, are actually pretty bad. So it always helps when your other options are very undesirable. Kind of makes a clear path in terms of what you need to play. And again, the problem with this, with knight to d4, is that Gukesh's response is very straightforward. But now Ding's next move, he again is faced with many sort of complex options. I think the first thing that jumps out is just capturing, just exchanging. Rook takes, and actually can play knight to f5 here, which would be quite an interesting move. Bearing in mind that this square is kind of a bit of a weakness for black, and the threat would be maybe something like knight to d6, and trying to get rid of this light square bishop. And then saying, okay, I've got the bishop pair. I'm going to try and create space, open up some diagonals, and put on maximum pressure. But we can prevent this quite easily by playing rook to d8. Just keeping an eye on that d6 square. And now c5. c5 would be very irritating as well, because now you're creating a very well-defined outpost on d6 for the knight to go to. Okay, you're giving up the pawn, so you can actually capture on a2. That's interesting. d4. Knight to e7. offering an exchange, but now knight to d6. And yeah, it becomes quite interesting here because Gukesh is up a pawn, but white has fantastic compensation with the knight on d6, even though it's completely equal. So this could be something that we see. Ding's time is worrying me, says Swastik 004. Yeah. He needs to be very, very careful with his time management. I think 35 minutes, right, to play. What move are they on now? Let's take a look. Move 18. So they're on move 18. And Ding has 35 minutes to make 22 moves. 22 potentially tricky, complicated moves that are not necessarily obvious. C5 with your line looks very strong. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think I can't quite take responsibility for C5. That was just the engine's idea. But yeah, C5 does look strong. The one thing it does do is that you kind of open up the light squares for black, and that's where the counterplay, I guess, comes from, as well as the fact that you have now a material advantage. But that's not necessarily massively important, especially when you're sitting with this knight on d6. So anyway, let's back up and take a look at some other options. If we don't, for example, exchange, let's play something else. Let's start off with d3. Interestingly, d3 is a move. And if you take on e4, I'm just going to capture back with the bishop. Obviously, you want to keep this pawn structure. You have no reason at all to take with the d pawn. If anything, that would be actually a massive train wreck. So we just capture back with the bishop. And now knight to b4. Can actually jump in with the knight. Queen to d2 and queen to d7. Okay. Yeah, and this is more or less equal. Interesting to note here that even though you're attacking this knight twice, obviously you can't take because your knight is hanging. I wonder if you can take first. Let's see. Takes. A takes, and then yeah, no, it just doesn't work. This knight has to move back to, wow, to b3 even. Yeah, and now the disadvantage comes for white, where you've just given up the a file for really no reason. All right, we are about to see a move. Let's take a look. Ding with the white pieces. Ding made 17 moves in 13 minutes yesterday. I think time is fine unless he takes 10 plus minutes now. Yeah, agreed. Swastik 004 says, I think you missed the key thing in yesterday's last move by Ding before the increments. There he made a huge mistake. It could have cost him the game if Gukesh converted there. Time will surely be a factor. Yeah, it will be a factor. Definitely. I'll have to go back and take a look at it. But yeah, I think what happened was because the last couple of moves were coming in hard and fast, there was definitely maybe not as much time to sort of delve deep as I would have liked. But yeah, hopefully today we can see exactly what's happening. So, all right, let's back up. We had d3 played. And probably expecting maybe knight to e5 also. Rook takes on e4 is an idea. Wow, you can even play rook to e5. That's fun. Rook takes rook now? Yeah, I think rook takes rook is probably what we could expect. It might be the case that, I mean, knowing Gukesh, he has this thing of like not doing exactly what you expect. So he kind of explores slight alternatives in these types of positions. So we might find him doing something kind of surprising. Even this is a move. Rook to e5. Rook takes e5. Knight takes e5. And, you know, you're still exchanging rooks, but at least you get a slight improvement with having the knight on e5. Okay, bishop to b2. Bishop to b2, definitely a move now, because queen to b6 is not that much of a concern, because the king is no longer in check because of the knight on d4. Mark Orwood says, although Stockfish says it's equal, I feel like the position is more likely to be decisive. What are your thoughts? Yeah, it's hard to say. I kind of trust the engine right now. It does just feel very equal. I guess the problem I have is like, where are the risks coming from? Like, what are the threats for both sides? And I can't really think of anything that I would be hugely concerned about with the white pieces, except for some tactics around queen to b6 check, or maybe the pin on the king you'd have to be a little bit careful of. But I mean, you can immediately follow up with even just playing c5 now. In fact, queen to b6 is probably a bad move for black to play. So yeah, it's difficult to see any threats. I guess if I had to say one thing, it would be that the strong center that black has had for the whole game, that seems to have kind of disintegrated. And now, if anything, it seems that white might be slightly favored for taking control in the center and potentially getting very strong outpost on d6 if we can see a move like c5, knight to f5, knight to d6. So I think I would probably prefer to play this position from white's perspective. If Gukesh takes the rook and Ding takes back with a pawn, yeah, that would be disastrous. Absolutely unnecessary. Rook to d8. I guess threatening to push c5. You just completely unnecessarily created like a horrible pin. Okay, so you stop that. b5 and can't take en passant because of the fact that black will push with c5. And then bishop to b2, it's just a nightmare. Your pawn structure is completely horrible and there's absolutely no compensation. So yeah, taking, definitely agreed. That would be a funny moment. Is this some type of vampire London system? Unknown Monster says. Yeah, so if you are just joining us, one of the jokes that we had earlier on, I was kind of hoping that after this position where Gukesh played rook to e8, that we were going to get f4, and I was like, this could be the vampire variation of the English opening, because this kind of looks like the two fangs of a vampire, which I thought was quite creative at the very least. English opening, colon, reversed Sicilian, comma, Kramnik, Shirov counterattack, comma, vampire variation. That would be cool. I'd appreciate that. All right, so this is the position right now. Knight to b4. Okay, so we have knight to b4, queen to d2. Knight to e5, rook to f1. Rook to d8. Which rook to d8? Do you mean rook a to d8? I would imagine that's the better move. And white has to sacrifice the a2 pawn to survive. So bishop to b2. Bishop to a2, do you mean? Or bishop to b2 here. Yeah, defending. And then, oh, I see what you're saying. White just captures on, black just captures on a2. Got it. And then, I mean, is there anything here? I guess the problem, can't you just go bishop to a3 and then recapture? Oh no, you can't because your knight's hanging. Yeah, we have to get rid of this knight out of the way, I guess. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea. The engine seems to think that there's a fine way of defending, but we'll have to see exactly what that looks like. Okay, so we're gonna defend. Knight takes on a2. And I was thinking, okay, we can remove the knight on d4 and then play bishop to a3. After the knight comes back to b4, we can capture and regain the pawn. All right, let's try that with knight to f5. Also still threatening c5. So if we can't regain that pawn, it's not the end of the world because we have c5 and then knight to d6. So bishop to g6. Oh, that's irritating. Then just g4. Yeah, it actually starts getting quite complicated if you allow this. It feels like white has some counterplay even though you've given up this a2 pawn. Interesting line. Very, very interesting line. Yeah, queen to d2 now. Did you say? Oh, after, I guess it has to be after rook takes, let's say, or knight to b4. Queen to d2 we have to play. White is planning queen to d2, I guess. I think, yeah, queen to d2 is going to emerge probably in a lot of the lines that might end up on the board. It is quite important. Yeah, you're protecting the a2 pawn, but it might be the case that you have to give that a2 pawn up, for example, if you end up playing bishop to b2. There is a little bit of like, there are some problematic facts about white's position. But I guess the question is how easily can you resolve those? Because once you play knight to b4, yeah, I think knight to what was it? Knight to f5 that we played earlier. Okay, so knight to e5 and then knight to f5. If you take the knight on b4 with the bishop, it's a mistake. Oh, now, for example. Yeah, so if you take, yeah, a takes b, queen takes b4 because the fact that the rook can take on a2 at the end of that line. And what's worse about this position, I would imagine, is the fact that you have conceded the a file basically in its entirety. c5. Oh, now you have to play c5. Also, there's a threat of black playing c5. Maybe you don't take here. If you play c5 now, then knight to b5. And yeah, you can take the queen, but then I'm going to take your queen with a fork on the two rooks. So that's not a concern. Just capturing back on a2 is okay. I would imagine. Yeah. And then we prevent shenanigans by starting with c5. c5, I think, is also going to be quite an important move for white to get counterplay. Mark Orwood says, can you say, hi, Adina? Hi, Adina. Am I saying it right? Loudly. My wife just got home from doing a puzzle and I want to surprise her. So she's like, what? Okay, sorry. Let's try that. Oh, Mark, I screwed it up. I'm sorry. I've made a huge mistake. I apologize. Sorry. Oh man, I totally screwed that up. I haven't reached the level of streamer where I can get these things right yet. Sorry. All right, I'll do it once. Hi Adina, welcome. Just ignore everything that just happened moments ago. Oh man. Nightmare. Nightmare. She said it's okay, made it funny. Okay, I'm glad. Oh, gosh. Okay, so we have a few moves on the board. What was Gukesh's response with the black pieces after d3? Okay, so he does jump in with his knight to e5. Nice central square for the knight. And Gukesh's response, pray tell, what will he do with the white pieces? All right, this makes it a little bit easier to calculate, that we can kind of ignore some of the shenanigans on the queen side around knight to b4, because those are very messy and a little tricky to calculate. So we start off with queen to d2. Sorry, let's try this now. Now queen to d2. And I guess queen to d2 is still discouraging knight to b4, but similarly, you can actually play it still. Knight to b4, and if you take, we have the same situation where if you capture back, you take on a2, or we can play bishop to g6 apparently. First, rook to h4, then rook takes on a2, and this is actually a slight improvement for black, where we get this bishop active. And I guess, very importantly, we're also preventing this little knight reverse, knight to f5, and then trying to get our big outpost. And I can actually see why this is better, because now black has the a file, potentially doubling on the a file, maybe not. And yeah, black's pieces are just working slightly better. Again, we're not too concerned about c5, or maybe we are concerned about c5 now. Yeah, I think we have to play c5 first. Okay. But the difference is that after playing c5, the hope of us being able to get the knight onto d6 is shattered because of the fact the stupid bishop is eyeballing that square. And also our rook, by the way, is kind of a little bit weird. Weirdly placed. Yeah. I would definitely now prefer to play black from this position. So yeah, so if we do get knight to b4, we're not going to capture that knight. That's the long story. Can we just maybe we can still set this up now, I guess. How about knight to f5, but I guess still bishop to g6, and yeah, it's just like a frustration. Rook to f1, and I think you just take, probably, that's what I would do, and say the threat of c5 and then knight to d6 is too much. But actually that leads to advantage for white. Yeah, this next passage of play, both players are going to have to play pretty precisely, because I've got a feeling that we might see a couple of swings in the next while. Yeah. The problem is, Mark, is that like I read the comments basically in order. That's so funny. All right, so one thing that I haven't spoken about all that much is the clock. Ding down to under half an hour. And right now, what move are we on? We are currently on move 19. Again, we have a situation, folks, where Ding has burned through 75% of his allotted time, and he is not yet at the halfway mark. This next move will get him to halfway, but he will have half an hour to play 20 moves at 1 minute and 30 seconds per move, which sounds like a lot, but when you're playing a very complex position and you need to calculate, that really is not all that much time. Petition that Ding should start with 2 hours more on time. Yeah. Mark says, yes, I should have worded that better. Actually, it was my fault, but it made it funny anyways. Okay, I'm glad. That was hilarious. I'll rewatch that later on and have a chuckle before I go to bed tonight. Okay, so yeah, really the big issue here is Ding's time. And if there's just the tiniest little complication in this position, Ding is going to probably be feeling some serious pressure. Okay, so the last move Gukesh just played, knight to e5 on the board. And queen to d2 is definitely the best option for white. And in fact, it should be noted that anything else for white is giving up a little bit of an advantage to black. Knight to f5 is minus 0.25. Knight to f3 is minus 0.31. And everything else is worse than that. So basically a little bit of an only move situation in order to maintain equality for white. And that move is playing queen to d2. Knight to f5 is definitely tempting, but then after bishop to g6 from Gukesh, we're not going to be able to get our knight onto the square that we'd like to. We are about to see Ding make a move. Is he going to play queen to d2? I would expect so. But of course, there are no guarantees. He doesn't. He does not. He plays instead knight to f3. And I guess, is this considered a mistake? Not quite. The engine's doing a little bit of thinking. But bishop to g6 is the overwhelming suggestion in terms of advantage for black. And I think also quite a natural move. Bishop to g6, attacking the rook, saying this rook is kind of out of position here. And this is something that we learn sort of intuitively when we're playing chess, is that the rooks want open files in order to operate on. And this rook doesn't have that, really. It has kind of like most, or like 60%, I guess, of the fourth rank. And then that's about it. Can't operate this way at all. It's kind of just stuck. It looks a little bit silly in terms of how it's placed right now. And that's why black is strongly advised to follow up with this move. Bishop to g6, attacking the rook, saying the rook needs to find another home, which is, it's not trapped, so that's okay. You can play just rook to d4. But now knight to b4. And knight to b4, we can play c5. And out of curiosity, I was just thinking, what happens if we start off with c5? If we're Gukesh and we're saying, okay, your rook is now really running out of squares. As far as I can tell, there's only one square for this rook to go to, or two squares. You can go to d5, but then again we have knight to b4, attacking the rook, or we can go all the way to h4, and all of the other squares are covered, right? Not quite. We can also play rook to f4. Sorry, I missed that. But rook to f4, yeah, rook to f4 is also a move. But regardless, you are running out of squares with your rook, so we have to be a little bit careful here. We can take on e5, queen takes e5, and then we can play rook to f4. Then there's a double attack on e2, though. Problematic. Queen takes e2. Queen takes e2. Rook takes e2. And then bishop to d5 check. Gukesh is still up a pawn. But now we can recapture that pawn on b7. Yeah, so that's one possible line, but that just leads to equality. And Gukesh wants more than equality. He does not want... He wants to keep the tension in this position with the black pieces. Especially considering he's up on the clock. If he can find bishop to g6, he's got an advantage, according to the engine. Maybe a little bit difficult to realize that advantage. But we'll see. Shivam Shah says, already looking like Gukesh is taking over. Yeah, let's not read too much into this. It's a small advantage. The engine says minus 0.44. But looking at a couple of lines that are sort of more human lines, that advantage isn't being maintained over time, especially if we see some pieces coming off the board early on. So yeah, take the advantage with for Gukesh with a pinch of salt, as we say. Man, I wish Ding had better prep. Rapport should have done better. It's like he isn't being outclassed in chess. He is being outclassed by an engine or a whole database. You know what? I agree. I definitely agree. I mean, we give credit to Gukesh, but if we remove the advantage that he has gained by preparation, you know, it's a little tricky to see exactly what would have happened in many of those games if Gukesh wasn't as prepared. But that is the name of the game. So, you know, you can't fault him for playing this way, but I guess you could fault Ding for not being quite as prepared himself. It is a lot of work that these players have to put in to come up with new ideas, working with a team, trying to find some way of making a win possible, when it's very, very often going to be the case that we just have draws. So yeah, anyway, in this position, we have a situation where Gukesh has an opportunity to take control of this game by playing bishop to g6. Will he do it? Knight to b4, rook to b1. Oh, yeah? So now? Okay, I guess we have to wait for... Okay, so black, instead of playing bishop to g6, instead starts with knight to b4. Okay, let's do that. Knight takes e5, rook takes e5. Yeah, then everything just kind of fizzles. Queen up to d2. Rook takes e4, bishop takes e4, and... yeah, there's not really much advantage to be had here for black. So I think we probably won't see this. But here's to hoping that Gukesh does find bishop to g6. If not bishop to g6, queen to b6 check is also a move. It should be noted that in this line, we can still play bishop to b2. Because after check, we can, I guess, defend by playing bishop to d4. Because of the fact that now the knight and the rook are both supporting this d4 square. So we're not too concerned about any tactics. We can still play bishop to b2 if we want. But let's ignore that for the time being. Start off, let's say Gukesh starts off with a check. He throws in a check. We play king to f1. Could also play king to h1. King to h1 may be a bit more natural for me. Bishop to then bishop to g6. So now we continue with the idea of bishop to g6. Rook to b1, attacking the queen. Queen to c7. This might be the only reason why black just doesn't have much incentive to throw in a check first, because you're gonna leave your queen there and then basically immediately give up the b file. Could just be a case that you're wasting a tempo. So it might be a situation, process of elimination, where Gukesh actually finds the right move. Let's see what happens on the board. Whoa, Gukesh retreats his knight. Gukesh retreats his knight, and we have the first question mark on the board. We have the first question mark on the board. Unfortunately, Gukesh not finding bishop to g6. And now the best move for white is just to exchange rooks. And yeah, this is a curious move. This is a very, very curious move. I don't know why you would play a move like knight to d7, except for the fact that you'd like to exchange rooks and then say, have your rook on the open, on the e file, and try and create some kind of advantage by having the rook on e8. I mean, I am a bit confused by this. I don't know why you'd play that. Knight to h4 is also a possible move. Yeah, that's disappointing.
My disappointment is immeasurable. And my day is ruined.
Not quite, but I am disappointed. Oh, too bad Gukesh couldn't find bishop to g6. There's still a lot that can happen in this game, but that is certainly one opportunity that Gukesh will look back at and wish that he could play that move again. Mark says, solid, agree with the meme. He does not want to trade the knights. I don't like that one. Honestly, very passive. Okay, Swastik 004 does have a line that we could have looked at. So we start off with... Alright, we do have some moves on the board. Let's take a look at those. Ding is about to play the engine's preferred move. On move 20, I think the time factor is still an issue. But because of the fact that the complexity of the position is not as noticeable as it was a few moves ago, it might be easier to play the remaining moves out. Unless something crazy happens, which is still possible. Okay, so we have an exchange of rooks on the e-file. And we're actually having a couple of very quick moves now from Ding. I think Ding is aware of the fact that there are some long-term problems with his time. And he needs to try and sort that out now while he still can. He plays rook to b1 after exchanging rooks. And this is another mistake. So both players are... Whoa, both players are playing some inaccuracies that are creating a little bit of an imbalance and an opportunity now for Gukesh to play b5. b5. We've been waiting for b5, right? For a long time. b5. This could be the moment. b5. So let's follow this line and see where it leads us. Queen to d2. Queen to b6 with check. Okay. King to f1. Let's put the king on h1 again because I like king to h1. b4. Closing the door on this bishop. Bishop to b2. a4. Whoa. a4. And this could be a position that we see on the board where black has finally, after pressing for a while, found a little bit of an opportunity to push forward with the pawns. We're about to see a move. What did I say? I said that if we can find b4 on the board, we're waiting for Gukesh. Will he play b4? I think he's played b4. Oh my goodness. Was that b4? Come on. Come on, Gukesh. Yes! Let's go. Let's go. Are we walking into a crime scene? Let's see. Could be a crime scene. That last move.
That was diabolical.
Diabolical indeed. All right, now the question is, can Gukesh turn this b5 move into something? Let's go. All right, he's found b5. And again, we have a situation where Gukesh is pushing and Ding might find himself in a position of having to defend. A little bit of a tricky position. Let's try C takes B out of curiosity. C takes B. Queen to B6 check. King to F1. Let's play king to F1. I keep playing king to H1. Now C takes B. And then bishop to H3. Okay. Bishop to H3, attacking the knight. The knight's hanging, so we need to sort that out. Knight A to C5. So defending. And whenever you have a situation like this where both of your knights are being attacked, but they're kind of supporting each other, you're all safe, which is a good thing to remember. Bishop takes C5. Knight takes C5. You have to take with a knight. And then queen to C2. And I guess where does the advantage come from? Well, we have these two pawns. We've also got the bishop and the knight working together. And if we get these two pawns rolling, it might be a situation where these two central pawns are just a little bit late to the party in terms of moving up the board, aiming for promotion. And just looking at this from Black's perspective, it seems that Black just has more options in terms of pressing. They're kind of obvious, I imagine. The idea is just to get these pawns rolling. But because of the fact that these pawns are so well supported, it stands to reason that the advantage that the engine is suggesting isn't some weird kind of abstract thing, but it's something that should be realized over the board. Or I guess we'll have to wait and see. Anyway. All right, let's take a look at what the reactions from Polymarket are. Ding down to 30% after that misstep of playing rook to b1. And what is very, very scary now is that Ding, let's take a look at the bigger picture of Ding. Ding is definitely feeling the pressure now. 21 minutes on the clock. He has 18 moves that he needs to make in those 20 minutes. And visibly pained. Visibly pained. Is this the moment where Gukesh is going to finally realize the advantage that he has gained in so many of these games? Yeah, Ding also down time as well as having a worse position. Yeah, the odds of the bookmakers are really not loving Ding's position either, I understand. And I guess Ding finding himself in another position where he has to defend. I think the truth is that Ding probably just missed b5. b5 is such a... It's like a hammer. Like the hammer of Thor. That b5 pawn push. And also, it kind of illustrates something. This is that the bishop on g2, right, is still like, oh, it's got like all of this pressure along this diagonal. But Black is like, okay, well, whatever. I don't care. I don't have any pieces on this diagonal, except for, you know, my c6 pawn. I'm happy to break free, and play b5, knowing that really the compensation that you have is negligible. And I just have an advantage here. And especially with this move, queen to b6 check, putting white down another tempo. 19 minutes to make 18 moves for Ding. What will he come up with? Okay, so we looked at queen to d2. C takes b is also bad. You can start off with removing this check as well by playing king to h1. But now b takes c4 is actually a move. B takes c4. D takes c4. And of course, it appears that this pawn is hanging, but the engine doesn't like taking it just yet. So knight d to c5 first. Interesting. Okay, what's better? Knight d to c5? This knight. And then knight to h4. It's kind of a surprise that we don't want to capture immediately. That's interesting. Oh. Swastik 004 says, yeah, this is lost. At this level, it should be objectively be converted by black. Well, like, you say that, but I mean, I think I would agree with you more because of the fact that Ding is just down on so much time. So he would have to come up with something really special, I think, to defend here. Just curious about this line there. I'm very curious about this. So we start off takes, D takes C. And you can capture, but the engine's not really convinced that you should do this immediately. Bishop to D6. Oh, bishop to D6. Okay, I kind of see. So basically what black wants to do is just say, okay, let's prevent this bishop from getting some kind of counterplay by throwing in bishop to D6. And we'll improve our knight slightly. Disrupt the potency of the bishop on a3. Bishop takes c5, knight takes c5, and then queen to d4. Okay, back to the live board. We are about to see Ding come up with something. Ding being down on time as well is just like the final nail in the coffin, probably. Agreed, if he had more time, maybe he could scramble. All right, so he does decide to start off with capturing. So he takes on b5. And the line that we looked at with after takes is not capturing back, but first throwing in a check with the queen on b6. Fortunately, we didn't see the line that I was looking at because that was pretty complicated. So we're going to take first. Queen to b6 check, which is exactly what we've seen on the board. That gets the exclamation mark. Well done. Very nice, Gukesh.
Brilliant!
Great move. From Gukesh throwing in a check first. Now, either king to f1, king to h1. Apparently, king to f1 is the lesser of the two evils. C takes b. And then queen to c2. b4. Bishop to b2. And then bishop takes a2. Wow. Bishop takes a2 is very irritating. And now, not only are we up a pawn, black also has two pass pawns in compensation for that. And we do have a move on the board. We have c takes b, which was completely expected. And I think at this point, Ding needs to decide what's he going to do next with. Is he going to move his queen to c2? I think that was the best move. Or bishop to h3 is also a move. Starting off just putting pressure on this knight. Knight a to c5. We can defend just like we did in the first line. And then d4. Oh, what's the idea with d4? I guess you're removing the defender, then knight to e6. That's clever. d4 would be pretty devastating because, of course, the knight on c5 is defending the d7 pawn, but there's this clever resource of blocking the attack of the bishop. And then, of course, if you push the pawn forward again, the knight can just come back to c5 and then still protect the d7 knight. Whoa, we have bishop to b2. Another mistake by Ding. And I think the pressure of what's happening in this game so far is really starting to add up. We were expecting that he was going to play b4 first, so that Ding was going to wait for his bishop to get chased away from a3, but he's actually just voluntarily moved it and voluntarily given up the a2 pawn. And now it's very, very important that Gukesh captures on a2. We have to see this. This is the best way to capitalize. And I don't think it's that difficult of a move to find. You take, and you're attacking the rook on b1, and you just have to move the rook. No idea why he played bishop to b2. I couldn't agree more. Very odd move. It's kind of like he almost preempted the fact that b4 was about to be played. But you're actually burning a tempo if you play b2 immediately, bishop to b2. It's much better to use that tempo on playing queen to d2 and then forcing black to say, okay, I need to play now b4, and then moving your bishop. Maybe it's not quite a lost tempo because of the fact that black still needs to push this pawn forward, but it's important, really important, that the queen gets into the game. Bishop to h3 is also would have been a reasonable move, but now none of those moves are possible. And if Gukesh can simply capture on a2, he's going to have an overwhelming advantage. This is intense. This is the moment, guys. This moment might well, I mean, I don't mean to be dramatic, but in all seriousness, this moment might well decide who wins the 2024 World Chess Championship. Think about it. Gukesh takes that pawn, right? Converts this with the black pieces, and then just draws the remaining games. He wins. It's that simple. And then you know what we're going to see, which is really exciting. We're going to see Ding playing Sicilian and Gukesh playing with the white pieces, trying to avoid any complications. We are in, if Gukesh can capture on a2 and convert this endgame, or I guess we're not quite at an endgame, but convert this game into a win, we might see some astronomical chess. Probably not the right adjective, but whatever. Come on, we need to take that pawn on a2. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yes! He finds it! Oh my goodness, he finds it. Let's see it live. This is epic stuff. Let's go! Gukesh. Taking on a2. He finds it. Whoa. Yeah, this is just frustrating with white. You gotta feel for Ding. Really, really disappointing. He has played so well, but it is still not over. You might say, oh, it's obvious, minus 1.2 for black. But we had Ding in a situation where things were even worse for him in the previous game. Okay, to be fair, in that game, the path to victory was very, very strange and kind of obscure. But he still managed to defend it. So are we going to see that happening again? It's hard to imagine with just 15 minutes on the clock that Ding would be able to defend such a ugly looking position with the white pieces. All right, so he starts off with bishop to d4, attacking the queen. But now we can just play knight d to c5. It is a little bit strange. You're kind of walking into a pin. But this knight is well defended. It allows the queen to remain on the b6 square and basically saying, okay, well, whatever you do, maybe I'm just going to retreat my bishop and then I'm going to get these two pawns rolling. And what are you going to do? It's going to be very difficult to try and defend this. White, on the other hand, does have these two central pawns, but they are just nowhere near anything resembling promotion. Whereas the A and B pawn, they're going to be walking down the board very, very quickly. I cannot believe that we finally have a game that looks like it might yield a decisive result. I think the difference between this game and yesterday's game, where, as I mentioned, the path to victory for Gukesh was very narrow, now it's much wider. Even though the advantage, I think at some point it was like plus 2.5 in yesterday's game for Gukesh. and it's less here, this seems a little bit more obvious in terms of what white needs to do. Sorry, in terms of what black needs to do. Man. All right, so Gukesh can play knight d to c5. He could also just move his queen to c6. That would be fine. Just move it out of the way. Although the engine seems to hate queen to c6. Actually, whoa, hold on. Hold on. All right. I didn't realize this, but after bishop to d4, there are only 2 moves that maintain an advantage for black. For some reason, I thought that there were many more. I just assumed that this was kind of obvious, but actually the only move that maintains a significant advantage is knight to c5. You can also play knight a to c5, but this loses some of that advantage. Whoa. I missed that. All right, folks, we're in another situation that after bishop takes a2, I thought that was kind of like a wrap. But there are still apparently plenty of resources, or some resources for white to be able to defend this. This is actually quite bizarre. Maybe this isn't the easiest move to find now that I look at it again, saying this is the only real path forward. After this, everything apparently is much more natural. Rook to c1, bishop to d5. Maybe this is actually a little bit uncomfortable playing this move because of the fact that rook to c1, you have a double attack on this knight. Wow. Look, I still think that Gukesh is going to win this, but it might be a little bit tighter than I might have originally thought. Mark says, you're humbling the high I've been on for the last 5 minutes. Yeah, sorry. It's just the reality. What? I thought there would be more too. I think it might be a situation where there's also a kind of a narrow corridor of defense for Ding. So even if, like, Gukesh doesn't find the perfect move after bishop to d4, it's still going to be difficult for Ding to defend in practical terms. Just looking at the position. If we turn off the engine, right? Let's get rid of the engine. Buy engine. No more engine. Can turn on the main analysis board. All right, the engine's gone. If you just look at the position, you'd always favor black here, regardless of what the engine says. Oh, you can defend with the white pieces because yada, yada, yada. You have 2 passed pawns. You have a very, very strong light squared bishop that is going to help once these pawns start moving, and it's just going to be hard to defend. So in practical terms, whatever the engine says, fine. It just doesn't look good for white. The engine says, oh, you can hold this because of the fact that, you know, if you play like an engine for the next 14 moves, then suddenly it's a lot easier. No. Like, these are people. I don't think we're going to have a situation like we saw yesterday, but it is interesting to note that there is some potential for Ding to hold this, but it requires exceptional accuracy, and with just 15 minutes on the clock, probably would be quite surprising to see anything other than a win for Gukesh out of this position. All right, knight to c5. Which knight to c5? That's the problem. Knight d to c5 or knight a to c5? Apparently, there's a big difference according to the engine between the two. I can't tell the difference. But let's say knight d to c5. I just want Gukesh to sleep for 10 minutes. Then time will be equal. Then maybe it'll come back to equal. Yeah. Is Gukesh... Okay, so he does play this move. He plays one of the best moves, but not the best move. So instead of knight d to c5, he played knight a to c5. Which is still advantageous for black, But apparently now there's some way of breaking down the advantage. After rook to c1. Rook to c1, very, very natural move here. There's a piece that's pinned. When you see that there's a piece that's pinned, just attack it a second time. All right, we're seeing some quick moves now. I would not be surprised if Ding blitzes out rook to c1 shortly. He's aware of the fact there's no increment. He's under 15 minutes. All right, he does start off with rook to c1. We've got that on the board. And now Gukesh, b4. Is he going to start the journey of the pawns towards promotion? b4 is the best move. Also, somewhat natural move. And I think another thing that we need to notice here about this position is look where the bishop is. The bishop's on a2, critically supporting the promotion square of the b pawn. We just start pushing this pawn. The only square that we need to be a little bit careful about is the b2 square, right? Because white's bishop is looking back at that b2 square. But if we can get both of these pawns rolling, anything can happen. It's interesting to note if we had something like b4 and a4, might be tempting to sacrifice your queen because it removes the pin, that the knight, of course, on c5. But remember, if you take, you're going to capture the queen and you can actually take back. And you're just going to be up a piece. So that's not an option for Gukesh. Please play a4 instead of b4. Yeah, a4 is apparently equal. Queen to c2. And now you have to play bishop to f7. No other moves. Then bishop to h3. Bishop to e6. Whoa. Bishop takes e6 with check. Queen takes. And then bishop takes. Knight takes. Whoa. And I guess... what's the idea here? Of course you can't capture. Because if you capture here, you're immediately losing. So... yeah, this would be probably the path. And then these pass pawns are not really going to be quite as potent as in the endgame, apparently. But it's difficult to calculate. It really is difficult to calculate. So b4 first. b4 is an important move to play. The threat of b3, b2, b1 with promotion is significant. Especially with the queen where it is. I mean, I understand why you would not want to move the queen. The queen on the b file is strong, right? It's supporting this pawn push. It needs to stay there for the time being, even if it is a bit uncomfortable, the fact that you're facing this pin. So queen to c2, and then b3, queen to b2, preventing this pawn from rolling any further, and knight to a4. Knight to a4 is tricky. Giving up the queen on b6 so that you can yeah, this is wild. Yeah, this is actually super complicated. This is really not what Ding would have wanted. An endgame where he's objectively worse and having to defend and down on the clock. It's just like everything is not working in his favor. Karen says, such a heartbreaking thing. Ding always somehow messes this up. Still draw on the cards, maybe? It's possible. It has to be said that you'd expect that Gukesh would convert this, but I will say this. After bishop takes a2, I was expecting everything to be a lot simpler with the two pass pawns. Because I was like, oh, okay, he's got two pass pawns. But there are some ways of complicating things. There's some resources that white has. So let's say queen to c2 here. b3. Queen to b2. Knight to a4. Bishop takes b6, knight takes b2. And then bishop to d4. It's a good central square for the bishop. Have to play knight to a4. And then knight to d2. Trying to keep an eye on everything. You push b2. Of course, it's being defended. Rook to c7. And remember, the threat here of promotion isn't that significant because you can just capture takes and then you're attacking a minor piece. So effectively, it's just going to be an exchange. So knight to e5. Rook to b7. Double defending the promotion square. Very clever. Then knight to g4. And you can see why this is so tricky, especially when we have the rook on b7. But remember, each one of these seem to me like only moves, just about. In some instances. They're the only path forward for Gukesh to be able to hold on. Sorry, for Ding to hold on. And as such, considering that there's this time issue for Ding, it's going to be difficult to find all of these moves in the right order. Almost feel like this situation where you're exchanging queens is not that great for Gukesh. It feels to me like he would benefit from keeping the queens on the board. So let's say queen to c2. Still have to push b3. Everything else is a draw. This is incredible. No! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Guys. Oh, this is so frustrating. Gukesh, you're giving it away. All right, he's played bishop to b3, attacking the queen. And what's interesting is, I guess the queen can capture the bishop, and after you take back with the knight, you take the queen, but then your rook's hanging at the end of the line, so you can't do that. We have our first meaningful misstep from Gukesh in this endgame. He's played bishop to b3, and now there's only one move that white can play in order to maintain equality, and that is queen to e1. And he's found that move. He has played queen to e1. And now we're expecting a4. And you know what's terrifying? Anything other than a4. And now we get the old Uno reverse card where it's actually Ding who has an advantage. Oh my goodness. What on earth? This has been the most up and down game I think I've ever seen in my life. Okay, a4 needs to be played. That's pretty critical. a4. If a4... Oh my gosh, this is insane. This is just crazy. I mean, how can this be a draw? Like, I don't understand it. Maybe it's just the problem. I don't understand it. You've got two pass pawns, but the problem is white's dark square bishop is so strong. It's so well placed on d4, where it's putting pressure along this diagonal on the queen. And it's also keeping an eye on the promotion square on a1, with, of course, the help of the rook and the queen. It just kind of feels like to me that maybe if you just exchange everything off and you've got these two pass pawns, you're just dominating, but the engine says no. And keep in mind, Gukesh is still up a pawn. He's still up a pawn. So strange. Member in potential. Well done. I'm gonna crawl out of my hole to laugh at the Ding haters. Nice. Ding more accurate than Gukesh, even in time trouble. I mean, you have to give credit where credit's due. That's exactly what's happened. Okay, that was super depressing. I had to actually walk away from my computer for a bit. Yeah, so he's gone all the way down to 30%. Now he's back up to 35% chance for Ding. Yeah, this is just wild. This is absolutely insane. I mean, it's such a shock. Look at Ding's face when Gukesh played that 2-mistake move. He was like, oof, I hope chess works. Oh, man. All right, let's get a slightly bigger picture of the players. Once Ding's queen comes to fight, Gukesh will be in trouble. Wow. I mean, I think I probably overestimated how strong capturing on A2 was. It just looked terrible, terrible, terrible for white. I mean, that A2 pawn was the one obstacle that was stopping these two pass pawns on the A and B file. And the idea that there's some kind of defense for white is really surprising to me. Okay, so we're on move 28, and Ding has 13 moves. 12 moves, and he has 13 minutes to make those 12 moves. Don't underestimate Ding's bishops. Yep, definitely. A lot is still there, I feel. White feels very pleasant, and maybe Ding will push. Yeah, I think for the time being, it almost seems like, look, Dings just needs to defend, especially if Gukesh starts off with A4. But I kind of changed my tune, and I think that now Ding's bishop on D4, that's like the MVP of this game so far. I mean, if you actually look what it's doing in pinning the knight on C5 to the queen and guarding the A1 promotion square, and also keeping an eye on B2 critically if both these pawns end up trying to work together, which is also likely at some point later on. All three results possible, I should mention. People saying, oh yeah, well, looks like Ding's just going to be defending. From what I can see from the engine analysis, it seems that Ding actually has some winning prospects in this game, believe it or not. A4 is zeros. Rook to C8 is plus 3.35 for Ding. And bishop to E6 is plus 0.74. So it's completely conceivable that Gukesh could, I mean, he's already made one misstep. And he might be sensing that right now. Mark Orwood says, rook to E4, then sacrifice the rook. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that. Okay, Swastik 004. A4. Okay, let's put that on the board. Let's do a little bit of analysis. We don't want to be in analysis paralysis. Okay, so we start off with A4. Cool. Where is your comment? I just lost it. Sorry. Okay, A4, queen to B4. The queen on B4. Knight to A6. Oh, knight to A6 here. And then queen takes B3 with check. Takes. A takes B. And then you just capture on B6 at the end of the line. And yeah. The threat of these two dangerous pass pawns disappears because of the fact that they're doubled. They just become possible easy targets, actually. And Gukesh has effectively given up a piece to try and keep the dream alive in this line. Yeah, tricky. Yeah, it's not going to be easy for either of them, definitely. But this is probably the first time that I can say we're looking at an endgame that there are 3 results possible, and no! Gukesh, no! Oh my gosh. He just played bishop to e6, which was like the worst of the 3 moves. Heartbreak. All right, bishop to e6 has been played on the board and immediately followed up with queen to f2, and now everything has completely turned around. And the advantage that Gukesh had evaporates, and it is Ding who gets the brilliancy.
Is that true?
Brilliant! Crazy. Sorry, I accidentally took the wrong one. Let's try that again. For some reason, it's triggering the wrong one. Anyway, brilliancy from Ding. Well done. Okay, so we have queen to f2, and now there's a triple attack on the c5 knight. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, Mark, so your bet is on a victory, right? Any victory. I mean, it can be Ding or Gukesh, or did you specifically say that one of them had to win? This is insane. I mean, this is completely turned around. I have no idea. The only move here that you can play, which is also quite a natural move, is rook to c8. You're attacking this knight 3 times. You have to defend it a 3rd time. And here it's a bit tricky. You have to find bishop to e3, which is exactly what he's found. Good grief. Ding is an absolute beast. And now Gukesh has to find rook to c7. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is just bananas. I cannot believe how quickly things turned around. I mean, it's shocking. So surprising. Okay, so now knight to e1. That's the best move. Bishop to g4. Queen to f4. Then h5. Yeah, I really, okay, so having looked at the next couple of moves, guys, I honestly think we should again take the engine lines with a pinch of salt. We are seeing some very, very volatile swings. You know, there's still a lot of chess to be played, and quite a few of these moves are not intuitive. So, yes, we'll say, okay, Ding has an advantage for now, but how exactly does he realize that advantage? Especially when the moves are not quite as natural as we might expect them to be. But for the time being, I mean, Ding has very, very clearly found his way out of trouble for the time being. It might be a situation where Gukesh still thinks that he's ahead, where he's like, okay, I can defend, and I've still got the 2 pass pawns, and I'm up a pawn. I wonder, I would love to know if Gukesh actually thinks that black is worse here. All right, you have to kind of accept the fact that this pin is frustrating, and it might disrupt your ability to get these pawns moving. I think that, I mean, that must be the reason why white is so heavily favored in this position. But this is absolutely insane. The real one says, I told you, those bishops are nuclear. Yeah, definitely. Gukesh just needs to find the moves quicker so that he continues to burn Ding's time. Yeah. Okay, Mark says as long as one of them wins, got it. That makes sense. Whoa. I mean, this is crazy. Guys, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I haven't gotten out of my chair, and I've been streaming for nearly 4 hours. So, I'm going to wait for 30 seconds. And then I'm going to get up. Make it an even 4 hours. Let's do that. It's not easy to play quick with that nasty pin. Yeah, agreed. But I think this pin needs to turn into something. Because the threat is that if you attack this knight one more time. Right now it's being attacked 1, 2, 3 times. It's been defended 1, 2, 3 times. So no problems, right? If you can attack it again, I don't know, maybe that's the idea. What about knight to e2 and then knight to e4? That looks scary. Knight to e2 and knight to e4. Knight to d2, excuse me, and knight to e4. What? Oh, but then you can just take. I see. Then knight takes, and then you actually give up the queen, but then black can recapture the queen on f2. That makes sense. But what about knight to d2 and then, okay, you can't play knight to b3 because the bishop's here. Yeah, so it's a little bit tricky for Ding to attack the knight on c5 a 4th time. Well, the time difference between the two players is really shrinking quite a bit. Just pawn to d4, no? Oh yeah, pawn to d4? All right, let's play... Whoa, queen to a6 is actually the best move. Just giving up, just saying, just take it. So actually the engine seems to think it's impossible. Maybe because of the threat of d4. d4, d5 is pretty brutal. Wherever the knight moves, you're going to play d5 and then unleash a discovery. You can't put the knight back where it was because you're attacking the pawn. I mean, you're attacking the bishop on e6. Oh, I didn't see that. So the idea here is that white is going to gain a piece. And we have a move from Gukesh on the board. He's played rook to c7. I didn't quite spot that. So I imagine that after rook to c7, the threat is it's not quite yet d4. It's not quite yet d4 because of knight to e4. Our knight to e4 saves the game in this line as well. So we have to play knight to e1 first and then set up e4. What? Okay, so he's played knight to d4, which is also a move, but not quite as good as it was. Guys, I can't get up. I can't I want to go and like have a snack and go to the bathroom, but this is too exciting. I'll be totally fine. I just need to wait around and see exactly what happens because this is just completely bananas now. Ding has played an inaccuracy. He's played knight to d4. And now the best move for black is to play bishop to f7. Just moving the bishop back. Of course, the knight's threatening to take. And it's important to notice in this position, I don't think you can take back. You can take back with the queen. Say, let's just make a terrible move. Let's say you do something insanely dumb for black and you play h6. Now you can just take on e6. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, you can take on e6. So it takes. And knight takes e6. Knight takes e6. I mean, you're threatening to just... Oh, but you're... Oh, that is so horrible. Check out this. If you capture the queen, takes, and you have to block with the queen, and then you just... Oh my gosh. All right, so still quite a lot to calculate here. This is an insane, insane position. But yeah, he's not going to play that. He's just played bishop to f7. Just get rid of all the complications. Then knight to c6. Whoa, really jumping into enemy territory. That is such a difficult move to find. Rook takes, bishop takes c6, queen takes c6, and then you capture the knight, which is being defended only twice. Bishop takes c5, and then you don't even capture with a knight. Oh my goodness, this is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. Ding will be happy with the draw. That's the thing. Yeah, you're probably right. He would be happy with the draw, but it might be the case that he's pressing for more. And if he can get to move 40 and have some time to think, I think his agenda will change in terms of what he's trying to achieve in this game. Not so clear for both, yeah. Agreed. Knight to d4 does give up some of that advantage, but yeah, it's still very, very difficult for Gukesh. He's going to have to work hard to defend this with the black pieces. Especially if Ding can find knight to c6, which actually, if he found knight to d4, it stands to reason that he's going to find knight to c6. This is why I don't trust Ding. He is always happy with a draw. Went from the best game ever to the most stressful ever when Ding is in the lead. Yeah. All right, let's take a look. What are the markets saying? So now things have swung massively in Ding's favor. He was down to 30%, now he's up to 52%. Not just for this game, but for the whole World Chess Championship. And man, if I could eat my words, I was saying, oh, Gukesh, if you can capture the pawn on a2, this could be the World Chess Championship. How wrong was I? Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have to eat some humble pie. The time advantage definitely is completely gone. Both players with just under 15 minutes to play the remaining 8 moves. Shouldn't be too much of an issue unless there's something insane that happens in terms of a real surprise. Which, as we've seen so far, could be the case. Oh my gosh, this game is so complicated. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Polymarket is probably saying that Ding is now the favorite to win. All right, guys, I'm going to be back in a sec. I'll leave the live board on so you guys can watch it play out. Woo. That was not quite as smooth as I planned. I wanted to slide into into the frame, but oh well. All right, folks, what did I miss? I did miss a move. All right, so we had the move that was expected. We had, oh, we just played now. Bishop to f7 on the board from Gukesh. Epic. All right, are we going to have an immediate follow-up? Yes, we do. No. Ding. Jumping in to the center with his knight. A bit of a surprising move if you haven't seen it. Knight to c6. Basically sacrificing 2 pieces for a rook. But then at the end of the line, you get to capture the knight on c5. So the next few moves are probably going to be played quite quickly. If I'm not mistaken. Bishop takes, queen takes. And then bishop takes. Okay. Rook takes. Queen takes. Bishop takes. And we don't have to capture back immediately. That's important. And I think it would benefit Gukesh to try and keep pieces on the board. So essentially, after all of this stuff has unfolded, Gukesh is down the exchange, but with 2 pass pawns. But his position is still worse according to the engine. Swastik 004 says, it's up to you. Don't blame me later, though. Yeah, this is the problem. Mark gets us like caught in his, his gambling predicament. Less time Ding has stronger. He gets, I think. Now Gukesh is the one who's going to have time problems. Oh man, Mark. You're hilarious. Marky Oteda says, it's all over now for Gukesh. It does make it more exciting, for sure. This is an exciting game still. And now Gukesh, you can see, is the one who actually is experiencing more of the time pressure. Again, with just 6 moves, I don't think it's going to be a huge issue. But it might be the case that he spends a little bit too long on one of these moves. Okay, he has made a move. He started off with h6, which was actually a very good move according to the engine. I don't know why it's not updating. All right, so he's kicked off with h6. White still has an advantage. White has a rook in exchange for a minor piece, but black is up a pawn. So that's the kind of explanation for what we're seeing so far. Queen to f3. Well, queen to f3, that would be, I guess, a move. Bishop to d5. Clamping down. And then queen to e3. Wow, queen to e3 threatening to infiltrate. We don't have that on the board, though. What's going on here? We have king to e1. And now Gukesh follows up with b4. Engine really not liking b4. Whoa. Don't know why my... Alright, there we go. No, this isn't the... Oh, I have to actually go back to the previous move, sorry. Having some problems with my analysis board. Can you explain the idea behind king to d2? Alright, let's take a look. Sorry, for some reason my analysis board is just a little bit confused. Okay, there we go. Alright, now we're up to date. So we had king to e1. And are you saying king to d2 on the next move? Oh yeah, this is what the engine wants. Okay, so king to d2. What's the idea behind king to d2? Alright, queen to b5. King to d4. I think the idea behind king to d2 is probably... Part of it might be keeping an eye on these pass pawns, but also offering the opportunity to move this rook along the first rank more freely. But let's take a look at some more moves. All right, queen to d4. King to h7. Okay, king to h7, fine. Queen to e4, check. Bishop to g6, and then I guess we just move... Oh, we moved to c4 here. Queen to c4, offering an exchange. Not going to accept that, of course. Let's move back to b8. Yeah, I think just generally having the queen a little bit sort of closer in proximity to these pass pawns that might become more dangerous as they start moving. That could be a consideration, but yeah, as it stands, we don't have that on the board. Instead, we actually have a missed win. Wow. Okay, we had queen to d4, and that's how seriously important it was to play king to d2. Full disclosure, those are just my thoughts. I'd have to actually spend a lot more time analyzing to figure out why king to d2 is so potent, and now this move that you would have played a tempo later is actually a missed win. Very difficult to understand why. Okay, but now we must find knight to e5. Knight to e5 is also probably quite a natural move for Gukesh. The knight wants to be on e5 at some point. Why not put it there now? And then king to d2 now. So let's see. King to d2 first. And now you can't play this? Whoa, there's bishop? Oh, of course, there's a discovery. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so... Oh, I know. Okay, I'm so dumb. King to d2 supports the rook on c1, and that means that you can capture on b4. It's that simple. Okay, why queen to d4? So, guys, yeah, sorry, it took me a little bit of a moment to catch up to what's going on here. Ding immediately started with queen to d4. So the idea is we want to play king to d4, right? So that we can threaten discovery attack. And for the time being, the rook isn't being supported by the king. And now, for example, if you start off with this move, knight to e5, I can just take. And there's a discovery attack. It's really bad news. So this king move is actually important for that reason, as far as I understand, alone. Let me know if that makes sense. Look at the clock. WTF. Okay, Gukesh down to 6 minutes, but only 4 moves to be played, so it's not that big of a deal. So we should be okay. Why king to d4? King to d4 would be a little bit insane. Why doesn't queen... I think it does. It does, but we can still play knight to e4 or knight to e5. And now after queen to d2, you can prepare. You just move your queen somewhere, right? So let's say queen to g2 apparently is the move. Just move all the way down here. Just like extrapolate yourself out of this pin and say, okay, cool, I'm not gonna fall for any tactics around captures. And then queen to f2, offering an exchange, queen to d5. All right, let's head back to the players. We're probably gonna see this move by Gukesh, knight to e5. Yeah, I think the idea is that very, very quick move, king to d2 quickly, immediately threatening capturing on b4. I guess you could probably just move the queen out of the way in the same fashion, but obviously there seems to be some kind of longer term issue with getting the order mixed up here. I thought Ding would play after king to e1, bishop to e3, and then bishop to d2. Oh, yeah. Well, I think the bishop where it is right now is quite active and well placed. And I mean, we saw that earlier. this dark square bishop is a real beast right now. And I guess the question is, how ambitious is Ding going to get? Is he going to say, well, no, I want to go for more. I don't want to just accept a draw. But at the same time, it's an inherently risky position. It's like the definition of a double-edged sword, where Black still has these two pass pawns that are scary. Black still has a lot of control of the light squares. And it might be the case that I think both players are going to be really surprised when they look at the analysis of this game. Because it feels to me like both players could have thought that they were winning at varying points in this game when actually their opponent was winning. 5 minutes, but we are just a few moments away from reaching that 40 move mark. Okay, not quite, 4 moves away, but it should be plenty of time for both Gukesh and Ding to get to 40 moves. Now he finds it. Okay, D2's on the board. Knight fork. Ah, yeah, knight fork. But unfortunately, the pawn on E2 is kind of a superhero. What would be cool is to play queen to F3. So, queen to F3 is kind of stupid, but obviously you can start with a check and then you're just hanging your queen for no reason. So that doesn't work. All right, we do have a move on the board. After Ding plays king to D2, Gukesh is going to respond with what exactly? He starts off with, okay, queen to G2. And immediately the queen comes back to F2, offering an exchange, not allowing Gukesh to capture that hanging H2 pawn. Mark says the alcohol is getting to be, oh my goodness. I always forget in Australia it's later now. That's very difficult to wrap your head around different time zones. You're like, oh yeah, they're just, you know, past 5 o'clock, enjoying an evening drink, no problems. Whereas for me, it's like not even 3 o'clock. Okay, so the queen does come back. I think he came back to D5 if I'm not mistaken. Yes, we have queen to D5. And instantly, Ding continues the offer of exchanging queens. And are we going to see draw by threefold repetition? This would be the craziest draw by threefold repetition after all of the chaos of this game. Is Ding going to say, yeah, it's fine. You've got compensation with the pawns. I don't want to risk it. I'm going to play queen to F2. Offer draw. Oh my goodness. It looks like we're going to see this. It looks like we're going to see this. This is absolutely heartbreaking. After all of the work both players put into this game. And I guess the question is now, are we going to see Gukesh say, no, I'm not actually comfortable with this? Because remember, it's possible. We see the engine, right? We see the analysis. We're saying, oh yeah, White's got the edge here. But Gukesh doesn't know that. Gukesh could well think, okay, yeah, I'm down the exchange, but these two pass pawns, maybe I'm actually leaving some advantage on the table if I accept this draw. Swastik 004 says he should grow a pair, man. Oh, man. Yeah. Look, I understand. It's a situation where Ding probably knows that he has an advantage. He probably gets that. But he just knows it's too risky. It's too risky with those two pawns on the A and B file. Gukesh deep in thought now. Is he going to go back? Queen to D5. If he does do that, it feels for sure that we're going to end up in a draw. Mark says, come on, Gukesh. I had faith. Don't do me dirty. Oh, man. So a little bit of a summary of the game. We have 91.5% accuracy from white and 90.6% accuracy from black. And over the last, say, 10, 15 moves, it has actually been white who has had the advantage, despite Gukesh gaining an advantage for a period of time there out of the opening. And he is thinking, and it looks like we're going to get a draw. He has played queen to d5, and the ball remains completely in Ding Luoren's court in terms of, is he going to say, yeah, let's just call it, want to go have a relaxing afternoon? It would appear so. I think we have the position repeating 3 times. Is that the case? It seems so. Maybe it needs to happen one more time. Yeah, I think it needs to repeat one more time. So he has to play queen to g2 again. Or no. Have they accepted a draw? No. Not yet. All right. The other possibility is that they just wanted to get to the 40 move mark. But if Gukesh plays queen to g2 right now, it'll be a draw, I think. Queen to g2 will be a draw. The real one says it is a draw. All right, let's take a look and see if the boards have updated. No, not yet. Not quite a draw. Ding wants the draw so bad. Yeah, I think so. Look, it was a very, very sharp position. I can understand why both players would settle for a draw. Gukesh did so well out of the opening. He kind of beat Ding at his own game in terms of preparation. He said, you're going to play the English? I've prepared for it. I know exactly what I'm doing. And Gukesh was left struggling out of the opening. And ultimately, sorry, Ding was left struggling out of the opening. And ultimately, Gukesh claimed a significant advantage, but unfortunately could not convert it. And then we had a situation where Ding was the one who was creating chances with the white pieces. And unfortunately, that hasn't quite materialized for him either. We might see Gukesh spending a lot of time here. He's got like basically half an hour, 30-second increment, and he can just spend time indefinitely just considering the pros and cons of repeating. I mean, he can play queen to a2 check, by the way. It should be noted. Black to move, he could play queen to a2 check, but that still gives white a slight advantage. And I'll say this, if Gukesh does say, I'm playing queen to a2 check, we have to give credit where credit's due. That is a very, very brave move. What am I missing? The knight to f3 isn't a fork? Yeah, that pesky pawn on e2. If that pawn wasn't there, though, then definitely would be up for grabs. All right, Ding has left the board, probably to go and get some ice cream. Mark Orwood says, is it drawn yet? Walked away from my computer getting ready to go to the gym. Now, Mark, it's at like midnight, isn't it? Is your gym open this late? That's insane. It is not a draw yet. We are waiting to see if Gukesh is going to play queen to a2 check. Or if he goes back to... Where did he just come from? Yeah, if he goes back to g2, then it's probably... Then it is a draw. I think then the position is repeated. If he goes to a2 with check, then the game will continue. 24-hour gym. That is so cool. Man, I don't think we get those in South Africa. Our gyms have a very clear closing time. 24-hour gym? Really? That's insane. Oh my gosh. Australia? You guys have it all. Guys, today's snack is a South African classic. We have corn nibs. Basically just corn that has been roasted. Really delicious. Yeah, the employees just go home at like 6 and you can let yourself in. Oh, okay. I was going to say that's quite clever. I like that business model. Very nice. It's kind of like, okay, cool. You can go in gym. The problem is that what happens if you're benching and you need someone to spot for you? But yeah, that's pretty cool. I actually like that idea. So yeah, Gukesh deep in thought here. He's going to be really weighing up the options with the black pieces. Let's say, for example, he goes for this. Queen to a2 check, right? We're going to block with a rook. And now... Okay, we just go back. Queen to e6. Rook to c1. Yeah, we might get another situation where it's a threefold repetition, but it's just a different way. What like can you actually do here? Okay, so let's do this. Bishop to d6. Let's try that. Okay, bishop to d6 for white. b3. Okay, we're getting the pawns rolling. Oh my goodness, we have a move. And guess what? It's not draw by threefold repetition. Let's take a look. Thrilling stuff. I'm going to open up my snack. We can enjoy this play out together. All right. Sorry, that was actually accidental. So we had bishop to e6. After the check. Ding did block with a rook on c2. That makes sense. And now the queen retreats back to e6. And I guess the plan for black is to try and see if you can press for more. And this is illustrating my point, is that if, for example, Gukesh saw the evaluation and was like, oh yeah, I'm actually not doing that great here, he would be more inclined to settle for a draw. But obviously a part of him believes the fact bro can't go to gym. Yeah. A part of him believes the fact that he still has some real chances with the black pieces. And he might even consider that these chances are actually not very... They're not like high risk for him. Okay, so let's say bishop to d6, b3. Rook to c1. The rook just moves back. And you can actually play b2 here. Wow, b2 is awesome because of the fact that the queen can't capture the b2 pawn because hangs the bishop. So then we play rook to b1. Knight to c6. Attacking the queen. And then queen to c5. Wow, queen to a2. Sheesh. Queen to c2. Knight to d4, attacking the queen. What do you do here? Oh, you just take, because you're double attacking the b2 pawn. Takes. And then queen to d5, yeah. Okay, so you're not really achieving anything by pushing this pawn. What I wanted to happen, it's like b3, a4, but that's difficult to play. Now I remember why I was rooting for Nepo last time. Ding just plays in such a way, it's like annoying. Now I know how Ding fans felt, as I'm experiencing it now, for sure. Wow. What's interesting is that the more that the engine is analyzing this position, it starts to think that queen to d6 is very, very strong for white. No. It's doing a lot of like second guessing how serious the advantage is. Rook to c1. Yeah, it just seems that there's not really anything to be had for either side, but again, that's if we play perfectly, and you know, if this time drops to a point where both players are playing on increment and there's some complications, anything can happen. So I understand why Gukesh is playing on, I understand why Ding wanted a draw, but it still remains a 3-result game now that we've gone into extra time, as the Americans say. Sorry guys, I'm going to show you what I'm doing so that you don't think that I'm just a maniac. I have this iPad with all of these memes on that I can use to like trigger them, but they're really sensitive. So if I just touch one very lightly, it just like triggers all of them. So I apologize in advance for probably doing that in the future. Let's take a look at the comments. How do we get back into the position after huge swings in advantage? Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, the short answer is that I think Ding is much more, let's say, cautious, right? With the white pieces. He realizes, yes, I'm up the exchange, but I'm down a pawn, and black has these 2 passed pawns, so I want to offer a draw by 3-fold repetition. And we've seen a lot of this with Ding playing very defensively, offering draws whenever he gets the chance, and Gukesh rejecting these draws. And that's exactly what's happened here. The one thing we would say about this last situation was that it worked out really well to repeat the position a few times for Gukesh so that he could get over 40 moves. And yeah, it says queen to a2 check is a missed win. But the best move that the engine can come up with is just repeating the position for a draw. So that doesn't really say that much. It's basically saying like, oh, why didn't you accept a draw that you should have? And instead, Gukesh is like, no, I've got 2 passed pawns. I want to try and win an endgame, even though I'm down the exchange. And I guess Ding needs to... Maybe you can even throw in a check. King to h7. And then what? Bishop to d4. Yeah, it's tricky. Such a mistake to bet no draw when Ding has white. Well, like, to be fair, I mean, Gukesh was the one who initially had the advantage. But it's been very, very difficult for both players, I think, this game. Yeah, I guess that any other player would have tried, but hey, Ding held on well too. Yeah. The other thing to take into account is the psychology of what's going on in the game. Like, think of it this way, right? If you're playing a game and you suddenly are defending really hard because your position is worse, and you have that feeling, that sense of like, oh, I'm losing. When suddenly things turn around, you're much more comfortable with accepting, even if your opponent has a bit of an advantage, you're much more comfortable accepting a draw because of the fact that your opinion is being colored by the fact that you were losing just moments ago. So even if they have a small edge, you're like, whatever. Or even if you have a small edge, at least, you're like, whatever, let's just take a draw. And I think that's probably how Ding was feeling when he was like, well, not that long ago, I was in a bit of trouble. And now I'm okay. I just want to get out of this unscathed. Not really interested in winning. But Gukesh, he's young, he's ambitious, and he's optimistic. He wants more. Mark Orwood says, at least Gukesh actually tries to win, unlike Ding. Yeah. I think there are big stylistic differences, and this is something that a lot of chess commentators have noted about the young generation from India. In order to get to like above 2700, you have to play very, very risky stylistically. You have to play aggressively and take control of the game and try to win. You can't sit back and sort of play this sort of, you know, oh, let's just wait and see kind of allowing the position just to unfold. You actually need to take control of the game and try and win. And what these young players, this is the reason why they've just shot up the ranks, is because of the fact that they've played this aggressive, bold style of chess, which is kind of the opposite of what Carlsen's generation, with the exception of Carlsen, have been playing. You know, they're much more defensive. There's a lot of scar tissue that comes from playing ambitiously and trying to take risks and then losing. So it's this kind of continual balance where when you're very young, you don't have that sense of how dangerous, say, you know, certain moves are, because of the fact that you've got good clarity and maybe you have a lot of momentum in terms of your rating, and a lot of these risks just turn out well. But by the time you get to Ding's age, you know, suddenly you have a little bit more balance when it comes to thinking cautiously and defensively. And I guess that's what we're seeing a little bit of right now. All right, we do have a check on the board. Let's take a look. Thanks. Apologies, no audio. Appreciate that. Let me just quickly revise what I was saying before. So if we pull up the big analysis board, Ding throws in a check, and after Gukesh gets out of the way, we see the point of the check is just that there's a fork where we can capture the hanging a5 pawn, no worries. And now it's very, very important that Gukesh follows up with one move, and that's b3. And obviously the b4 pawn is hanging, so it needs to be pushed to b3, where it gets all of the protection of the bishop and the queen. And then rook to c1. The game will continue. And we'll see if black can drum up some counterplay with this pass b pawn. But now that it's just one pawn, it makes it a little bit more challenging. And in this position, if we look at the pawn count, it's worth mentioning that the pawns are equal, right? But black is just down the exchange. So instead of a rook, black has a knight. And that makes things harder for Gukesh. Just limits his options. So, okay, queen to d5. Let's try this. And then... Okay, queen to a7. Queen to g2. Back to this g2 square. Attacking the h2 pawn. Bishop to a3. Making sure that the b3 pawn doesn't wander too far. Okay, bishop to g6 is interesting. Yeah, but all of this is apparently just completely equal. So, yeah. Can you hear me now? Am I okay? Am I back? Sorry. Just let me know. I did turn off my microphone like a doofus, but I turned it back on. The problem is I was eating these roasted corn kernels, and they're super crunchy. So I didn't want to defile your eardrums by eating on cam. Do you think it... Oh, thanks. Okay, so I am back. Awesome. Do you think Ding can still find a way to lose this? I mean, if you were, it would have to do with this pass b pawn, but it's really, really easy to defend that, especially once you put the bishop on a3. Then this pawn is just kind of not really doing anything. It feels to me now like it's basically going to be a draw, or if something terrible does happen, it's probably going to be problematic for Gukesh. We're having another long stream today, nearly at 5 hours. This has been quite a taxing game, this one. I need to stay fueled. All right, this time I will remember to turn the mic on. Winner. Okay, still waiting on who to move. Oh, we're waiting on Ding. Okay, so we had b3 on the board. That's good. b3 has been played. Only two real options, rook to c1, rook to b2. Everything else is terrible. All right, we have a move. Sorry, let me just jump back. Okay, so he goes for rook to c1. Makes sense. I don't think this will come as much of a surprise to Gukesh. So what will his follow-up be? So rook to c1. We could centralize our queen again. Just play queen to d5. And I think putting the queen on d5 is solid. We're threatening to go back to g2 and potentially take on h2, but the reality of the situation is that, well, actually, here's something interesting. I just spotted an idea. Which I think is kind of cool. If we play this, right? I want to make a non-queen move. So let's say we do something insane. Yeah, b2. So take a look at this. Let's say h3, b2. And check this out. If you play rook to b1, that runs into knight to c4 check, forking the queen and the king. That's pretty cool. I've got a feeling that this is not something Ding's going to fall for. But yeah, it should be worth noting that if the queen is on d5 and the rook is no longer on the c file, we are seriously threatening to jump in. Maybe we're threatening to jump in anyway? Is that right? Can you just go immediately? Say, for example, you play queen to b6. Also probably a terrible move. Yeah, we can just... No, can we not do this now? Oh, rook takes. Of course. So we have to get the rook off the c file. Knight to d7, though. That's pretty crushing. Anyway, regardless, it does illustrate that the queen is actually super well placed on d5. So I think that would be a natural move for Gukesh. Need your opinion on this. Will Nepo win the candidates and challenge Gukesh for the title? Swastik004 asks. Honestly, excuse me. Honestly, I actually don't think so. And the reason for that is I think that the likes of Nepo and Hikaru, that maybe Nepo still has some room. But I think that generation, like Caruana, Nepo, Carlsen, okay, Carlsen's kind of the GOAT, so it's difficult to ever discount him. But as they get older, this younger Indian generation and some of the, players like Nordebek and some of the young Chinese players, they're going to become much more of a force to reckon with. And in 2 years' time, I guess the candidates next year, right? And then 2026 would be the next chess World Cup, World Championship at least. Yeah, so it stands to reason that by then we'll start seeing some of these young talents really maybe making deeper runs in candidates tournaments. But yeah, you would never ever discount them, especially Nepo. He has plenty of experience. He's been at the World Chess Championship final twice. And I guess he's won the candidates twice by that definition too, because he's never been a World Chess Champion. So yeah, he could definitely make another appearance. But it's just become extremely competitive now, especially with these young, talented players emerging. Oh yeah, Eric Icy is also a possibility. Yeah, one of the young Indian players, Pragnananda, Eric Icy. They're all incredibly gifted. And I mean, Eric Icy just crossed over 2,800. So if anyone could challenge for the title, it would be him. I feel bad for Nepo. He's the prince that never got crowned. He's my favorite player. Oh, that's funny. I like Nepo too. I wouldn't quite describe myself as a huge Nepo fan, but I do like him. I think after that game with Hare Krishna, a lot of Indian supporters really don't like Nepo now. Because that game, I posted a video on that game where Nepo kind of had like a little bit of a meltdown. It was one of the first videos that I did on this channel that got me a little bit closer to getting monetized. But it got like, I don't know what it's at now, but over 100,000 views. And then a lot of the comments were from Indian players like, oh, Nepo sucks, I hate Nepo. But yeah, he was obviously just not, in that particular game, he was not in a good mood. And yeah, no one's perfect, so what are you gonna do? Oh, you think Nepo was right there? Interesting. Yeah, what was my take on that? It was that, oh, okay, so yeah, the point was that Hare Krishna in that game was hitting the clock and then adjusting his pieces on Nepo's time, which you shouldn't do. But my argument was that if it was that big of an issue, then Nepo should have stopped the clock and called the arbiter. So yeah, it was a complicated situation. It wasn't that straightforward. And it's something that happens a lot when you're playing in these sort of faster time controls. Yeah, clear win ended in a draw. That was it. It was like threefold repetition at the end of the game, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Anyway, I was very happy that that game existed because that that was like one of the first ideas I had for a video. I was like, oh, this is good content and it's interesting, dramatic. So that worked out quite well for my little YouTube channel. I think at the time I had like a couple of hundred subscribers or something. Or maybe more. Maybe I had over that. All right, we are still waiting on Gukesh to make a move. The move that I had suggested, queen to d5. Oh wait, hold on, not now. All right, off to b3 and then rook to c1, now queen to d5. That was the move that I suggested, and lo and behold, we're about to see it on the board. Queen to d5 being played. Centralizing that queen. And of course the potential of the knight jumping into c4, provided that the rook moves elsewhere. A little bit of a threat that the rook on c1 needs to keep an eye on. Especially considering that b2 is coming. So if black can make b2 happen, then suddenly it becomes quite scary because the rook has to move to b1, defend the pawn from promoting, and then you can very much play knight to c4. So fortunately, white has an extra tempo to deal with all that stuff, so not too much of a concern for the time being, but important to watch out for the geometry of a position like this. And it's also worth mentioning the fact that the bishop is pinned. You can't move the bishop unless you can't play bishop to b4, bishop to b6, and then just defend the queen that way. But yeah, a couple of things for white to keep in mind here. I guess I've yet to show you guys the question for today, and I haven't even done a single poll. So let's do our first poll of the day. I'm going to give you guys a picture, and you have to tell me who is it that you see in the picture. Pray tell. Let's see. All right, we have... We have 4 options. Who is the player in... Who is this player? Let's do that. I can't even remember who the player is. This is the worst part. All right, let's head over. Let's see. Okay. All right, here's the poll. Let's get started. All right, there's your player. Who is this? Magnus Carlsen, Arjun Erigaisi, Nepo, or Prague? You'll forgive me for not spelling Nepo's full name and not spelling Prague's full name because, you know, that could take me a couple of months to do some research to find out the correct way to spell those words. All right, so we do have a move on the board. Queen to b4 has been played. Let's take a look. All right, queen to b4. And now the best move is to follow up with queen to a8 if you're playing with the black pieces. All right. Here's the silhouette in question. Swastik004 says it's clearly Nepo. All right, we have one vote for Nepo. Magnus Carlsen, Erigaisi, Prague, Nepo. Those are your options. Let's see. How well do you know the world of chess? Meanwhile, we're waiting on Gukesh to respond after this move by Ding. Queen to b4. All right, you can go ahead and vote if you think you know who this is. Top right-hand corner. Go ahead and vote. And now we have Gukesh deep in thoughts. Basically, just about any move that you can think of is going to keep equality for black. But the engine's first choice is to play queen to a8. Queen to a8 with the intention, I imagine, of playing queen to a2 with check. Trying to get this pawn rolling, maybe. Queen to a2. The problem is that you can't, you're just going to block with a rook, right? So you're going to play rook to c2, and then you would like almost to play this b2, but of course it's being attacked twice by the rook on c2 as well as the queen on b4. Just move back with the king. King to h1. Might get this weird threefold repetition as well. All right, instead we have queen to g2. Okay, so we're about to see that from Gukesh. The real one says, now that the queen is on g2, knight to f3 check is a threat. Yeah, and that's a well-spotted little tactic, although I don't know how much it achieves. All right, so we have queen to g2. And we can play... Bishop to d6. Interesting. We can play knight to f3 check here. And of course, you can't take the knight. But you can just play... This is also quite an awkward move to find. But apparently yields a serious advantage, actually, for white. And that's the step forward with a king to e3. So we really don't want to play this, actually. Knight takes h2. Wow, you can actually capture on h2 here. That's insane. Oh no, you can't capture. The problem is what? What's the problem here? If you play knight to g5, for example. Oh, we can play h4. Knight to e6. Oh, that is so irritating. Queen to e4 check. Queen takes e4. King takes e4. And now the material advantage is amplified with the queens off the board. So we really don't want this. Yeah, so that knight to f3 move kind of looks cool, but really would not be good at all for Gukesh. Okay, so if, say for example, Ding does play bishop to d6, can play b2, queen takes b2, now knight to f3 check, king to c3, and knight to g1. Wow, that's incredible. What a weird line. Oh, is my voice on? I did turn the mic on. I hope. All right, we have... Oh, it's on. Thanks. We have 2 votes in. Who do you think this is? Magnus Carlsen, Eric Icy, Nepo, Prague. Fantastico. Let me know. Both players' clocks gradually running down, but still the engine says everything's equal. Is it still possible to blunder? Yeah, I think so, but I would say if anyone's going to blunder, it's probably... Whoa, we have takes. We actually have an exchange. Wow. And immediately b3. All right, let's see this on the board. Okay, we get to see this play out. This is pretty awesome. Whoa. Okay, so we have an exchange of queens in the center. White gets doubled pawns. And you get the sense that the players are just playing to a draw here. Oh, we have this cool tactic. Very clever. Knight to c4 with check. King to c3, and we're definitely going to see a draw now. 100%. I'm almost certain that the players are going to shake hands now. They do. And we have a draw after one of the most exciting games of the World Chess Championship so far. It was absolutely fascinating. A very creative way of actually just forcing a draw here. Obviously, both players had enough. And if we just take a look at the last position, you might be asking, well, why is this a draw? After the king takes, the bishop can just retreat basically wherever. You can just go to c4. And we have, okay, 4 pawns versus 3 pawns, but we have doubled pawns. And it's very, very difficult to make any progress, if impossible, for either player. And Ding and Gukesh just accepting a draw here. That's basically all she wrote. What an incredibly exciting game. What do you guys think? Incredible. And to wrap things up, we'll take a look at our silhouettes. You have to tell me, who is this? Is it Magnus Carlsen, Eric Icy, Nepo, Prague? The answer is... If I can find it, where is the answer? Ah, here. It is indeed Nepo. So well done if you said Nepo. You were correct. So congratulations to Swastik004 and who was it? The real one? Did you also say that? Yes, the real one also said. So congrats to you. Oh, membrane potential. Did you say Magnus Carlsen? Sorry. But that's a wrap for today, guys. Man, we had a long stream, 5 hours and 9 minutes today. Pretty exciting stuff. It was a draw after some real ups and downs. And yeah, it was pretty exciting to see how both players at different points during the game had an advantage with both the white pieces and the black pieces. But eventually the dust settled with a draw. We'll get our Fs out in the chat for Mark, who unfortunately was betting on a win for either player, but wasn't to be. It was a bit of a tease today, it has to be said. So sorry, Mark, about that. Hopefully there will be hopefully there will be a victory in the cards in the future for you, but not today. And yeah, that's a wrap. Thanks guys for hanging around. This was really fun. I will be here tomorrow. Tomorrow's the last day before the rest on Friday, so I'll be definitely covering that. And yeah, feel free to join me tomorrow. Looking forward to it. Have a good day wherever you are in the world. And I won't quite say goodbye because I always forget I need to turn the stream off on YouTube. You have to end the stream twice, which is a bit counterintuitive. So we'll do that. Oh, Mark says yes. I don't even know what to say about that. It was fun though. I'm glad. Mark, we had a lot of fun with you. And thanks everyone for tuning in. As always, have a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world. And I'll see you guys all soon. Cheers, everyone. Bye.